Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville and welcome to our very first Trench Crusade bust. You might recognize this character right here. It might have been featured once or twice or a few other times. So yeah, same character right there. Gonna work on this here. Let me get this off to the side a little bit there. So this is gonna be very fun. Obviously gonna be a lot of golds. Gonna be doing some reds in here as well. Uh, along this band right here. So again, kind of like what you see here, Aderland Drast. Sorry that this is later. I went to hit the start button and I hit the wrong one and it wiped out all of my stuff. So well, we had to redo that. Eventually, I think I want to try and do a bust with this kind of setting right here, just for funsies too. But this should be really fun right here. Get this thing off to the side. One second. Let me put this over here, maybe. Yeah, we'll go with that. You're gonna sit over here. Hey there, Fenrir. Nice to see you. Welcome back. Now, hopefully, land dressed. Yeah, the pit stop went quick and easy. Yeah, that was pretty crazy, right, land dressed? So, Fenrir, here is this is what you saw last night, right here. This is the Golden King of Abercan done with the oils. This is my first Trench Crusade bust here. Like I said, this is character that I painted multiple times here. Where's my, yeah, so this was, we painted this one up on stream. This was a, gosh, I think Landress, wasn't this a 6-part series? I think this was at least 5, if not 6 parts. I think the 6th part was probably, obviously, it was probably all the weathering and such like that. But yeah, this was like a 6-part series right here. So yep, Fenrir, that's, here's the 28 millimeter version of him right there. And again, I've been creating all kinds of stuff. So here's my before and after Shadow Lord. So you probably recognize this kind of a Shadow Lord, but yeah, this is what he looked like before he ever got the ring. So it was a 6-part tutorial series. One of the parts featured this, another part featured the transfer of the designs, another part features the showed the painting of the designs, and then I believe it was either part 5 or part 6 was all of the weathering. So yeah, sorry about the delay there, Armored Wolf. I went to hit the start thing, but what I actually hit was create a stream. So all of the text that I had was all gone, and I had to recreate that real quick like. So sorry about that, Armored Wolf. Yeah, it would have been probably about 4 minutes sooner if it wasn't for that craziness. Now this is going to start the exact same way the other one did. So there's no difference. But that we'll do the glazy stuff after this right here. This is what we call our active zenithal. None of that static dead zenithal stuff. No point in doing that at all. And you can see it's going to start bringing out some of the aspects of this here. Then we're going to do our darker glazy things, and fun will be had by all. Well, probably more fun than folks in a few cities right now. Holy smokes. I think the only folks that are happy right now are the people in Seattle. I think everywhere else, I think in Buffalo, in Denver, and in San Francisco, it's probably some sad faces there. Let's do more of this. Oh, give me some of that in there too. So great to see you back there, Fenrir. Appreciate you being here. Let me rock some of this here. And it is essentially the exact same thing like we did with the Golden King over here. Let's do this. What I'm going to do is when I go refresh the medicine later on in the stream, I actually have both of the new Sauron busts and the, what the heck is his name? The Mouth of Sauron. Those are curing right now. And what I'm going to do is we'll do those as kind of an example of that kind of hammered steel with the true metallic metals, and then one with none. And then obviously there's going to be some source light examples on there too, especially on the Sauron bust. Fenrir, it's the people reference. Oh my God! Actually, Fenrir, a few friends of mine, they've actually gotten me Bob Ross books because even all the painting stuff aside, even just the voice stuff, the whole ASMR thing, they they've gotten me books on that, and I've looked at those and I said, wow, yeah, that's they're not wrong. And of course, where's my oh, wrong shelf? This shelf probably would be better. So again, you can see here some of our spacescapes, which sometimes also turn into space landscapes. There you go. We've done tons and tons and tons of those, that's for sure. And well, we're going to have a bunch of those. Well, all of this stuff is going to be at Adepticon. Yeah, Armored Wolf, I'll try to set something up with those lights to show you maybe tomorrow or something like that. I just think they take up way less space as far as going back and forth. Since I know I have the power there, I don't necessarily have to rely on, just the rechargeable ones. Because if I'm not recharging those all day long, they're just no good, right, Hook? How you doing? Happy New Year there, Hook. Appreciate you being here, Hook. So, Hook, I hope that everything is going spectacular in this new year. Hopefully, you had a good Christmas there, too, Hook. Boy, Fenrir, well, people, I know I would not mind hearing more kind of calm voices and a little more chill, right, Fenrir? We use a little bit more chill these days. Oh, here you go. More chill, less shrill. Nice to see you there, Gilded Brush. Hey, Gilded Brush, you want to share some stuff there in the chat? Please go ahead. And of course, friend Rear, if you got some stuff that you're working on, you want to share that, Insta links and Discord links and all that stuff. Now, at first I was going to put some flamey things on these and try to make them candles to do a little, source lighting. Obviously, we can print this one up again to do that. But I think I'm just gonna go with the shell casing, because that's actually what they are. They're just some shells, not just shell casings. Hey there, recoil. So recoil, I guess you can see that one picture I sent you there, how it could sort of, I guess, turn him into, Sauron getting out of a bathtub. That's just, yeah, that was unexpected there, recoil. Yeah, Gilded Brush, you want to show some work in progress. Go right on ahead there. Let's see. That's good. That is good. Boy, Hook, it's that's you can't underestimate that stuff, right? You cannot underestimate that because that's kind of no matter how maybe successful or whatever other things are going, you gotta you gotta have that little bit of an anchor, right? A nice little chill anchor. Well, it certainly can't hurt, right? Recoil, let's see. I wonder, well, let's see. Um, it's hard to, because you don't actually get pictures of the renders recoil. Oh boy, oh boy. Um, yeah, I don't think I don't think I saved a screen cap. Yeah, I don't think I saved the screen cap recoil. I was a little bit too surprised. I don't even know what the word is, recoil. Just like, what? I was so stunned by it. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. So Fenrir, don't have a Discord, but if you just want to share your Discord link or again the Insta link or if you got Facebook link or something like that. And recoil, the cereal box there, recoil. Yeah, I think I'll have to try it again because remember, like in the early days, I had no clue what I was doing. I mean, that was literally in the very very early days. I think we could actually make that Gyrios box recoil. Either that recoil, I can just send you the picture of the box, and you can work your magic on it. Hook, yeah, here's hoping hook. And again, now you got that kind of nice solid base, literally a solid base to work from. I think that's going to work out real well for you there. So gilded brush, it's pretty much the same. The other benefit of a gilded brush, like we say, right, less is more and more is way too much. This is all part of the less right here, right? And also now we don't just have a zenithal on there. Again, when we put our glazy stuff on here, that is going to prove to be an active zenithal. What the heck is a... Maybe you, maybe you, maybe... So what about this guy? Fine, we'll see what happens with this. So I'm going to grab me some of this here, some of the Mars, maybe a little bit of the Van Dyke Brown. Yeah, let me try some of this too. All right, let's see what we got. What have we got here? So Valfera, you know how people will say, I prefer it if both teams lost. Well, I think for the first time ever, Valfera, I think we can say that because Denver won that game, but somehow on the next to last play, Bo Nix broke his ankle. Needless to say, he's not playing anymore. So I mean, that's actually as the Seahawks game. Well, it wasn't really a game so much as well, kind of like you're on a farm, you got the dog, and somebody has maybe an implement. Well, yeah, it was more like that, not so much a game. But here, look at this. We're gonna be mixing. See that? See how that's starting to turn lighter and more gray? That is the active zenithal. So yeah, Velfira. Well, Velfira. All I can say is, we still have that possibility of 1985 2.0 Velfira. It's still alive, especially with that injury situation. Now, again, is it likely? No. Is it possible? Not really, but maybe it happens. Again, back to the mixing here. Look at this. Look at this. You see what we got there? You can see that it's got that little bit of lightness going on. You're not going to get that if you're just painting over some dead zenithal layer there. Actually, Velfira, I forgot to inform you that you might want to study some film, Velfira, because whichever one of us performs better in the tryout, we're going to be starting the AFC Championship game. So yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there, Velfira. Yeah, you probably want to start. You might want to get out the iPad and start studying some film. Sean Payton just emailed me the playbook, Velfira. Let's put it this way: there's a bunch of designed quarterback runs, Velfira, so you might want to get to training. Yeah, there's like 10 different designed quarterback runs there, Velfira. So I would advise that you get out the Treadmaster there and just start going to town. And of course, Velfira, the best thing about it is that you make more. Even just one playoff game, you make more in playoff games, right? Yeah, that's a higher salary right there. So despite the fact that you and I would be alive on that field for about 40 seconds, we'll see Velfira. Well, you can use those for a chop block, Velfira. That's it. Yes, use them as a well. What is it? The defensive lineman. They'll use the swim move, Velfira. Yeah. He says, I need these for doing the swim move. So again, you can see we've got the kind of grayish stuff going on up there. And again, for the folks that didn't get to see the end, here he is. There's the Golden King of Abrakan. Had a blast with this right here. And of course, well, I think maybe next week we'll be seeing these guys right here again. That's our before and after of the Shadow Lord. We got the bigger ones. Remember, this big one here is going to be, that's going to be a tutorial series all about the free hands. Boy, Valfair, it's just one of those things where you could see him winning the game. You could also see him, well, not winning. We'll put it that way. Yeah, the opposite of winning. You could see both of those things happening. But no matter what, Valfair, I mean, it's I don't want to say it's kind of a Vandy comparison there, but it is something that, well, I certainly wasn't expecting, right? Sometimes you just gotta take the plus and say, well, okay, that ain't nothing. So again, even this will mix with what is there. Now we're gonna, you know what? No, let's do this instead. Let's try this here first. This brush, or this brush? Nah, this brush. This brush, this umber. We will respect the umber. So yeah, recoil. Well, first I gotta find that Gyrio spot. Although I think I might have the picture somewhere that's not too hard to find. Oh, geez. Yeah. Okay. Timeout. Hold the phone on that. I'm gonna take this plus this and do this. I'm like, wait a minute. How's about we actually get the rest of this here? All right, there we go. There you are. Michael, it would get you more painting space because, again, you know, a one-day contract, playoff money, that, again, you know, you might need at least 10 more years worth of physical therapy to recover from your one-day contract, but at least you'll be financially secure. So Valfair, it's going to match those references like you suggested there. Now we are going to sneak in a few things. We're going to sneak in some stuff. There's going to be some red here and a few other places. And again, Valfair, we'll do this again, and I'll actually turn these guys into candles, which means actually, Valfair, it would be a rare case of on-camera source lighting on a bust, right? Usually it's, there you are. Usually for a bust, right, it's off-camera light sourcing, more like this here. We don't often get a chance to do the on-camera light sourcing on a bust, so hey, why not, right? Let's give it a try. There you go. And also too, Arda Michael, you would be an instant fan favorite. You would be an instant fan favorite before you were instantly killed on the field. Probably snap number 2. Because the first snap, you would just be running for your life towards the sideline. Snap number 2, again, if you were still actually bipedal at that point, then maybe it might start going a little bit worse. This is some of the umber, some of the Mars black here. I'm going to start dropping this down. We are going to be getting some of our, boy, there's a lot of nifty, I want to get some of the oxide green in here too. Let me do this here. That's no pin line wash. You darn right it is. That is a pin line wash right there. Look at that, just traveling on along. Actually, Valfera, I would suggest wearing, like in the 1980s, remember Valfera, Bosworth and stuff? They had the white collar. I know Wilbur Marshall had that with the Bears. I think Dan Hampton also had the same collar. You're just gonna need one like that goes all the way around your head, Valfera. Well, either that, Valfera, or those bubble wrap like things that people get into and then they roll down a hill. Of course, oh, hey, Valfera, there you go. You get in one of those bubble wrap things, and then it's a tush push. Yeah, because they still haven't outlawed that play yet. That play has not been outlawed, so you could just do that, and they could just roll you all the way to the end zone. Yeah, that would be a new version of that play. Again, kind of bouncing around between the Mars Black and such here. So Landress, actually, what you got going on over at the GK there? Actually, I'm guessing M-Tailways is there too, right? Landress and all the crew. At least I'm just a supposing right there. And see how this is starting to go down, right? And we're changing the colors along the way. Now this got more to Umbar and some of the asphaltum here. Like it, look at that. See, you can see that even with the, okay, it's just browns, but you can already see we got ourselves color changes happening here. I realized that actually, you know what, Valferi, you're starting to see those again. Now, of course, it's a different version. It's not like the old ones, but you are. I think I've seen more and more of those, Valfera. Let me do this here. Now, of course, linebackers don't necessarily play downhill. They're almost playing more coverage than anything else these days. Break out some of that over here. This will probably also, I think this might be the very first bust where I use weathering powders on it. Yeah, I might be using weathering powders for the very first time on a bust. At least I don't remember using weathering powders on a bust before. Which, of course, the neat thing about using it with the oils here is if the oils have not, well, dried slash set. Nifty thing is they're just going to basically fuse themselves to the oil paints and we won't have to worry about sealing them or anything like that. Valfera, I think I sent you pictures of the Sauron bust, right? I'm pretty sure that I did. Sorry if I didn't. Actually, I forgot to send you the same thing, Rico. I thought I sent you the Mouth of Sauron pictures too, but no, those were all just the Sauron ones. Yeah, well, I guess Art of Michael. Well, I guess you don't have to worry about somebody trying to intentionally foul you in Blood Bowl and actually, well, basically killing you. So there's that. There is that difference. Here we're just gonna drop in this in there. Now, see, look at that. See how that's not quite as shiny? That's starting to set up there too. Now, of course, Art of Michael, again, your 40 time might be a little bit. You just have to grade it on a different level. So instead of a 4.440, your 4.440 is actually 44 minutes to run the 40 yards. Yeah, I mean, who says it has to be 4.4 seconds? Yeah, you could just takes 44 minutes to run that 40 yards. So Valfira, it was as much about the plinth design. That's what I was actually I wanted to do it as a as a video there, Valfira. I can still do that as a video, but it was I was trying to push the plinth design. This right one, obviously, these right kind of because obviously Nerixon does some nifty stuff with the plinths, and I was kind of hoping that the plinths could be kind of part of. Where's our here again? Here's our there's our one for 6. Right, so I thought, well, let's see if we can kind of push the plinth design, Valfira. Yeah, we're pushing the plinth to new levels, to new heights of exotic, well, whatever. I did do the front part. All right. Asphaltum, umber, in you go. So, okay, so we're all the way down there. Now we're gonna start playing around up here. First, this. There's the Payne's gray-ish, indigo, whatever. Hey there, Wicked City, how you doing? Everybody welcome in Wicked City Paint Gaming. Not painting, gaming, because they dare to enter our domain. How you doing there, Wicked City? Great to see you. Thank you so much for the raid. Everybody can please give Wicked City Gaming a follow. So Wicked City, we're painting the very, very first of our Trench Crusade bust here. Where's my... Here you go. So this is a character I've had a lot of fun with so far. This is a flat that we did earlier, and this was part of a tutorial series right here. So you can recognize that there you go. That same character right there. Again, a bunch of fun, different Trench Crusade things. So Wicked City, you want to share something in the chat? Please go right on ahead. Last night, we did this. And this was, again, another one of my homemade characters here. This is the Golden King of Abrakan for my Harad army. We had a blast doing him. So here's, you might recognize there's some of those freehand patterns. And we even have, look at that, we have a 28 millimeter version of him right there. So we'll be painting up that one soon. And well, we've had a lot of fun with some busts here. We did these last week. I think actually it was like a week ago. We painted up our Adama and 6 right there. Here's another one of our busts. This was an experiment. Well, actually, Belfair, this is the continuing the plinth experience, right? Because the integrated print allowed me to print it out in FDM just a little bit bigger. Yeah, just a little bit bigger. So this was kind of cool to be able to print that out. And again, the integrated base let me do that. Oh, wait. Speaking of integrated bases, well, look at this. Look at the size of this monster. Yeah, by your command. Right. So Wicked City, thank you so much, Wicked City. Yeah, we're just underway. Half an hour ago, this had no paint on it. Actually, well, it looked, since it was primed at the same time as this, it was that same Ebony Flesh primer. And of course, oh, here's our very first Battlestar Galactica ship. This is my own design, and now that we figured out how to do this, I think we're going to be seeing a ton more of these. Oh, and by a ton more of those, I mean, like, I think we got something going on. Yep. I think it's going to be very fun. So yeah, Heretic, you want to share some stuffs in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Where's my, there's the umber there. We're just going to start working you in against some more of our darker browns here. Hey there, 10K, great to see ya. So 10K, here's hoping that also your 2026 is off to a great start. Let me get you a little bit there, more of our dark right in there. And again, this was the same process we're doing here. It was the same process we did on this last night. We did kind of the lighter dry brushy stuff. Then we started doing some of this more pin line wash, glazy type stuff on our guy here. We even did it on here. Speaking of Battlestar Galactica, that was our very first Battlestar Galactica flat. Glad that things are going good there, 10K. Oh, and again, by the way, this is going to be most likely our Friday stream right here. We're going to be painting up the very first before and after. So this is the Shadow Lord. So Shadow Lord as a wraith, and then this is Shadow Lord as a king of men. Rico, I started working on the Undying, and he's going to be the first sorcerer. So all the the Knight of Umbar, the Dark Marshal, obviously those are more like kings, warriors, that sort of thing. So the Undying, he's going to be the first sorcerer. Hey there, Chiron. Welcome back. So yep, Chiron. I'm doing a special thing on all of the Nazgul. The very first one I did was uh, Kamul the Easterling. So this is kind of this is a before, this is a during, and then I also have an after. So I've got, again, that's for Kamul the Easterling. That's the Shadowlord, and this is going to, again, be a tutorial series right here. It's all going to be just massive amounts of freehand all over this thing. Massive amounts of it. So recoil, it's going to be very because the before, that's the one afterwards. It kind of just looks like a wraith, right? Recoil, and obviously I'll kind of I never got a chance to play around with it last night after the stream. I literally I was laying there. I had the iPad, and the idea hit me there, recoil. So I just basically fed in the idea, just almost like you would. What would you do? You would go into your phone and it's like a reminder. It's kind of like Camder or Valfera or you having to send me a reminder, or Armored Wolf. Now, I haven't even looked at it since Rico. I don't know what the response was. I just put in the idea so that it would just be there, so that I wouldn't forget it. Because at first I was just going to do it as another king, and then I went, wait a minute. At least 3 of the wraiths were sorcerers. At least 2 or 3 of them were sorcerers. So I wanted to make sure that we tested out that idea. And like you say, instead of just a bunch of different weapons recoil, like you say, it gives me a chance to do some kind of spell effect or something. Which actually recoil, I got to be smart about that. And like we've been talking about, have it be a separate printable piece, kind of like Aowen's shield. Yeah, that was a hard lesson learned, right, recoil? Did I? Yeah, let's do this here. Nice to see you there, Camda. So Camda, yeah, I think I sent you the pictures of Sauron. So Camda, what I'm gonna do is, I don't know, like an hour and a half or something. When I go refresh the medicine, I'm gonna go grab that and well, actually no, all 5 of them. Yeah, I got 5 things in the curing machine there. They're probably, I set it for like 45 minutes, so they're probably still going. Again, Wicked City, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. That will be sensational. And again, appreciate the raid too. Again, in here we're going to have some red. We're going to have some red on this band over here. All right, we're going to have a few different things. Some red in the insignia here On either side, we're going to be getting some greens in here. And we're also going to be putting some of our weathering powders on there. Now, at a certain point, I'm also going to get our blackest black on these two parts here, just because. And Camden, if you want to share stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Hey, 10K, if you wanted to share some stuff, what you been working on there, 10K? Yeah, what you been working on? So now here, because again, that is, you can see that doesn't have the same kind of shininess as we got down here. That means up here, we can maybe start to do some stuff with that, play around with that. Might even try, let me do a little something here with this brush. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Camden just shared. And we're just going to start to work in here some of our darks there. So I'm going to be trying to do some of our other characters here. So, like this one. So this one right here, I want to try and make a bust out of this guy. And then this one. So these are the two other busts that I want to try and do. Those two guys right there. Well, we'll see how they work out. Again, it's never a direct trajectory upwards, is it, Recoil? It's more linear. Yeah, it's more side to side. What was really freaky, Valfair, is I'm on the phone with Kathy's mom, and again, all I can do is just listen to the guys that are streaming the game and kind of announcing it and stuff. So she was actually watching it on TV, and she's like, "Wow, holy smokes!" And I'm like, "What the heck is going on?" Because she was about a minute and a half ahead of me. Everybody, check out that Squig Hog that 10K just posted. That's for sure, Recoil. That is for sure. Actually, Recoil, I got some more. I got some songs that I need to send you, and I have to figure out. When I send you those songs in an email, Recoil, I think you can still see like the name of the file, right? Because I need to ask you. I say, well, I know which one is kind of my favorite, but there's some secondary ones, and I was gonna send those to you so you can say, oh, I kind of like this one. I kind of like this part of this one or something. So yeah, I'll try to email you those as soon as possible. But I was hoping to make it a little bit easier for you. So instead of just like, okay, it's three things with the same exact name, now I found a different way to name them without changing the name for me, right? So I can identify them a little bit easier. Now again, look at this. See how this is all mixing together here? Look at this. See that? See how it's getting darker? That would be, so we did the dry brushy stuff. We did the glazy into the dry brush. We did a little mix in there. Now we're doing essentially dry brush over the glazy stuff. And that is also mixing. Look at that. See how that's darker on the end of the brush? So yeah, I can't, unfortunately, I can't see the games. I won't be able to see the game tomorrow. I was telling Kathy's mom, Velfira, that I don't even need to, if I have Harrison on, you'll be able to hear him from here, Velfira. If things are going well or bad, you'll be able to hear him all the way where you are. So 10K, probably, well, let's see, as far as the official figures or whatever, that, can I find that one in here? I don't see it there. Maybe it's down here. Here we go. Stiggy, that's it. Yeah. So as far as the official figures, this one's my favorite so far. But I really like this character. This is actually my favorite character right here. Here we go. And that one's one that we made at 72 mil. Actually, 10K. I have them printed out. I haven't had a chance to. I got to print out more of the Trench Crusade style basing bits. They're essentially kind of like Death Riders of Krieg. 10K. I think that's what they called them, right? Death Riders of Krieg. That's what they kind of remind me of. Where's my? There you are. A little bit thinner. Oh, not too much. Not too much. But you can see how that's already changed a whole bunch, right? Now down here, I kind of like the idea of almost something. Well, I don't think we're gonna go with this black helmet here. We're gonna go with something. Let me try it here. Let me try that here and see if we like that. Again, that we're just doing this dry brushy stuff here on this Stahl helm here. Bingo. All right, there we go. Is that just set enough for me to fool around right there? And then that's it. No more fooling around after that. I mean, we got to have all the cool phrases, right, Camda? We got to have all the cool phrases because that's what we do. All right, now I'm gonna take some oxide. Right, some of this. This is gonna be a weird, almost kind of a greenish. And we're just gonna dry brush that over this. Okay, you can see the darker paint on the end of the brush, right? Down here, maybe? Not on the straps. We'll leave those alone. And well, 10K, if you got any pictures of that and you want to share those, please go ahead. Now you can see here, that definitely is damp brushing, right, Camda? And now recoil, is it still, has the weather pattern changed there? Yeah, I'm sure it's changed to something else, more exotic than the last time. So Revless, are you having to do those literally link by link? I forget if that was, oh, that wasn't a 1/35th scale, was it? I think it did, was that a 1/72nd scale? Velfira, didn't we sometimes do that? All kidding aside, didn't we sometimes do that with some of the figs where we're doing basically 10, 12 of them at one time? I think something like that. I'm glad it's a little bit more mellow there, recoil. Gee whiz, that was a bit nuts. So here, actually, the forecast has changed. I think it's, believe it or not, it's going to be warmer, and by warmer I mean it's going to be like 5-degree wind chills instead of -5-degree wind chills. And by 5 degrees, I'm talking about Fahrenheit 5, not Celsius 5. But now they are talking snow. I was kind of hoping for a full-on like blizzard snow globe effect. To essentially virtually outlaw the forward pass for the duration of that game. Kind of like what Seattle did, uh, Valfera in that game, just, not needing the weather. Yeah, Seattle outlawed the forward pass, but they did it in a slightly different way, right, Valfera? There we go. And get a little bit of that here on our uniform. And then we'll put some of our, I think we can't quite go into the skin tone there yet. I might be able to get some of the reds over there. One second, let me scroll that down there. There we go. 10K, let's put it this way. You know, if there's a certain outcome tomorrow, it sets up the possibility of 1985 2.0. Again, is it likely? It is not likely. Well, actually, it's probably more likely for the Patriots, especially now given what's going on with Denver. Far more likely that either the Patriots or Texans end up wherever the Super Bowl is getting played. Rivless, that's got to be a real time sink. And by real time sink, I mean massive time sink. As in, better you than me time sink. I'm telling you that. So great to see you there, Revs. What do we got here? There we go. A little bit of the red-ish brown. I mean, all kinds of different. It's going to be kind of like here. Where are you going? There you are. Just like with our wood, right? There's greens and reds and violets and all kinds of stuff. Well, the same deal with the wood. That's what we're going to have to do here with leathers and all that kind of stuff. So just like we did with the wood, again, this is another one of our homemade pieces right here. That was super fun. Well, Camden, that's how the cooking shows go, right? Yeah, that's how they do it on the cooking shows. This is a cuisine channel, right? Recoil, we should be able to do that here. Now, looky there. See all that darker stuff on the end of the brush there? Yeah, so here's hoping, Revless, that you'll be able to get that figured out, get it going without too much hassle. Now, we're gonna do also, let me get this reference moved up here a little bit. There you go. Now a touch of that here. Look at that. See that darker stuff on the end of the brush there? So Grand Oracle, geez, what happened then? Now is that firmware, not firmware stuff? What was the thing that slicer things where they kind of wasn't Bamboo gonna be doing something weird with the slicers or something? So yeah, recoil that the chicken there, and that was just simple chicken in the oven. Nothing terribly exotic there. Yeah, nothing super fun. That's well, Revless. That's what we did here because there was a couple of the wheels that didn't print out necessarily. I think the tracks printed out okay, but as you can see, we went strong with the mud on the tracks and the wheels there. Yeah, we're gonna keep going with that. Now again, look how dark that has gotten. Let's see. Grand Oracle, what in the world? I have no idea what's going on with that. Are they gonna like go into everybody's house there, Grand Oracle, and check what people are doing? I mean, so Grand Oracle, are they going to go into your house and look at your machine there or something like that? That just sounds really. Grand Oracle, you're going to have to shoot me a message about that. Because that seems all kinds of bizarre. That, now there you go, Grant Oracle. It's, yeah, that's, I guess, well, do you have to go BSG there, Grant Oracle? And just use a USB drive instead of, instead of shooting it through the Wi-Fi there? Let me do this right here. Also this. Yeah, that sounds, well, I know we've been talking about the 85 Bears, but that's sounding a lot like 1984. Well, here you go. Well, you can borrow one of my Anycubic Mono X's, Grand Oracle. Might be a little bit of a downgrade, but at least you'll be able to do stuff. Yeah. Who would have thunk it, man? It's kind of like using telephones on Battlestar Galactica. It literally is. Yeah, that sounds about right. Now, what sounds about right over here is getting some lights on that. So sorry to hear about that, Grand Oracle. That sounds like it will be a no bueno thing there. Let's get some more of our nearly gold up there. Top of this, right here. Yeah, that also sounds about right too. Let me do this here. A little more of a gold there. Oh yeah, we got our. Let's forget about our shell casings here. So I guess Grand Oracle, you have to print out as much Trench Crusade stuff and as much historical stuff as possible. Get that all printed out and then sell the printers. And then, well, you could always print out basing bits, I guess. Let me do this here. Also here. Because it's not like anybody's just going to say, hey, you in another state, print this out for me and then just send it to me. Because that'll never happen. So that's a foolproof. That is a foolproof concept right there. Let me get some of this yellow onto here. Then we'll get, again, some of our red onto there too. So I haven't played it there, Revless. I know that Landrast has actually played some games in Trench Crusade. But it is kind of like you're saying there, a little bit of grimdark and a little bit of Crusade and a whole lot of trenches. Let's Try to get some things here. So there, and now here, and then we'll get our reds in here too. We haven't forgotten about that. We will do that. But see that darker stuff on the brush right there? Means we gotta do a little bit of refreshy there. Well, look at that. Really picked up a bunch of the dark. Again, not surprised. That's kind of what I was expecting would happen. Oh, this, I gotta change this back. There. I mean, it was, yeah, super difficult to change that back, right? That was difficult. And have we done anything here except do some glaze stuff and some dry brushy stuff? That's pretty much all we've been doing so far is just glaze stuff, dry brushy stuff, whatevs. Hey there, Boneless. Great to see you back. How you doing today? And then again to the sad citizens of Buffalo and Denver and San Francisco. Sorry that today was not an easy day. There is always next year. And it's very likely that we'll be saying the same thing here by this time tomorrow night, right, Valfira? Now, Valfira, we try to make it as difficult as possible, don't we, right? But we just can't. We keep trying to, like, boy, there's got to be some way to make this more difficult, right, Valfira? It can't just be this easy. But we keep failing every time, right, Valfira? We search for difficulty, we just can't find it. Oh, you know what? Never did that. Okay, let me get that down in there. Oh, geez, we got a whole facade there that needs. Well, yeah, look, that took super long. So Grand Orgo, yeah, I think I sent you some of the pictures there. Like I said, when I do the little medicine refresh later on, I'm gonna go skedaddle and grab those things out of the curing machine there. Well, it's basically just a UV light. That's all it is. It ain't a wash and cure machine or anything like that. Now that has set, I can start messing around with the facial details there. Let's go do that. Oh, recoil. Yeah, those the CAS ones that you found. They're the very same ones. The very same ones. Now I think it was the last link that you sent there. Recoil. That was definitely the most intriguing of the set that you sent. That was that last link there. Now I didn't. I'm trying to think of just how many colors I actually saw there. Maybe there was 12 or something. I'm just trying to rework that a little bit. Oh, let me get this paper towel out of my way and then get you also upright over there. Let's see, what have we here? Well, again, we have to start working on our skin tones there. But first, I want to throw me a little something here in the eyes. There. Yeah, Rico, that last link there, because they also had because they had some paints. I saw kind of your usuals. I think the only blue that I saw was ultramarine blue recoil. I could be wrong. I I'm pretty sure I was looking at it on the computer so that I could see a little bit better what was going on there. Great to see you again, Pretzel. Actually, Pretzel, we were talking the other night. We were talking about pretzel recipes. What goes into actually making yourself some pretzels there? Because I really love pretzel bread or pretzel rolls. Uh, so I gotta start making those for myself. Yeah, Rico, I'll check that one out again. Now, they're definitely on the pricier side. As far as actually recoil, they kind of rival um, CAS as far as price goes. Now, again, that's a nice gentle transition there, right? Right. Look at that's hilarious. Now we're gonna take our blending brushes to this here. And thanks to Armored Wolf for posting a link to the Patreon page. Again, I just finished Army Painting Series 48. That just went up on the Patreon page. Our very next episode is going to be this one here. So it's going to be a split of non-metallic and true metallic. So I will be filming that, well, at some point on Sunday, right, Valfera? Now, who knows? We might be filming that in the midst of a fireworks celebration. Who knows? Now that has had a chance to set, look at this. See, we're going to take away some of the lines there. So that becomes a whole lot smoother. Let me try to work in some lighter skin tones here. There we go. Let's get this. And this is just sort of like a mid-tone skin tone at this point right here. Now, boy, that sounds very tasty, Stretch Pretzel. This here's a cuisine channel after all. That sounds a mite bit tasty. Well, let's put it this way, Valfera. They have a much shorter walk to chuck him into a body of water than Vandy did. I don't know how far away the river is from Vanderbilt Stadium, but I know how far the lakefront is from Soldier Field. It ain't far. You might not be able to throw a football there, but you could. If you had a corked bat and a juiced baseball, you could actually hit a baseball from Soldier Field to the lakefront. I mean, to the lake, that is. Or an aluminum bat. That might do the same thing. All right, get that chunk of fuzzy off of there. Let me try this again here. Valfera, sometimes the harbors can get a little bit frozen over. The problem is it's been toasty. And of course, the deeper the water, the harder it is to freeze it over. I mean, it's been cold, but not exactly extreme cold by any stretch of the imagination. It's been winter cold. That's just it. I think it would have to be a mite bit chillier. Because it was at one time, Velfair. It was cold enough for long enough that it was definitely getting a bunch of ice on there. And then it got that stupid warm in December, and then again in January. And that really, ooh, that took a big old bite out of the ice there, Velfira. Okay, so now you can. Do I have a? I think I already did all my zooms here, right? One sec. Yep, yep, we're zoomed in as far as we can be. Yeah, stretch pretzel. I'm really liking that. Actually, stretch pretzel. I have to remember that. We'll have to experiment with that. Well, of course, now it wasn't. I know it was in the 90s down in Texas. I think was it in the 80s there? I think it was in the 80s there, wasn't it? On Christmas time for you. That doesn't go that way. Let me try this. Whoops. Okay, that's where'd my thinner go? Been forgetting to do this here, Camda. That's probably why that was starting to get all chunky there. I guess I need more thinner in that. And more of that here. Also there. Here. No, that is okay. I'll keep going with the gray there. Also there. And now we gotta start reflecting some of that on this too, just like we were doing. I mean, it's not necessarily super shiny gold, but see how we reflected the blue right there? Okay, the hair, let me see what we can do for the hair. Haven't touched any of that radiant violet there. Got that mixing into some of our umber there to start to get lighter stuff on the hair. Like such. Over here too. Come on, over the top of that. Yep, stretch pretzel. Here's. This is pretty much basically been one of my favorite characters to create here. So it started with this. This was the first thing. Well, no, technically it started with this. Yeah, it started with this is freehand. Then I made the flat out of it, and I thought actually I do have a miniature, actually stretch pretzel. So I do have a miniature of that as well. Great to see you there, Conrads. How you doing, Conrads? On a 15 live stream streak. Thank you so much, Conrads, for being here. Appreciate that. Again, just like we made our Golden King of Abrakan, and now just like we've made our before and after Shadow Lord. So again, Shadow Lord as a King of Men, and then Shadow Lord as a Wraith. And of course, well, speaking of busts, all of our Galactica style busts here. And where's that? Oh yeah, we'll be painting up our Starbuck bust soon. We also have, where's Roz? There's Rosalind. We also have now we got Apollo. We got Chief Tyrrell. We got Boomer. Oh, I actually have a Leoben one. Actually, geez, I haven't actually made the Boltar file yet. Geez, Recoil, I completely forgot about Boltar. Well, I mean, we already have a couple of flats of Boltar. So happy Sunday there, comrades. Actually, comrades, if there's anything you wanted to share in the chat, please go ahead and feel like you can do that. Okay, great to see you. Still too much weird stuff on there, but I'm just going to take a paper towel to it. And also, where's our... Yeah, here we go. Our BSG ship. This is the very first homemade Battlestar Galactica ship, and I'm really looking forward to this because now I know how we can make these. That modular design recoil, that is definitely going to be the way to go. So I think we're really onto something. Let me do this here. And I was in, let's see, the trench, not sorry, the Eldritch Foundry folks. They, I think they said February or something like that is when those basing elements should be ready. That was, they just sent me an email, what, yesterday or something? So yeah, I believe our basing elements for some of our Eldritch Foundry stuff, and again, that would be almost like our texture roller stuff. Now, you know, recoil, I might just have to, kind of like almost like the old days, think about, creating something that I could just, make a press mold out of. I don't know. Might have to go back to the old press mold days too. Something that I print out in what do you say, the inverse, and then make a mold out of it. Now that's got a little bit of our, again, the radiant violet in there. You can really see how this is starting to emerge. Yes, I think so. Now let me take away. Is this light enough or too dark? What does that look like? Oh, that's almost the right consistency I was looking for there. So again, comrades, you want to share anything in that in the chat there? Please go ahead. I would like to do some eyes here that are almost on the lighter side. Let me see what this is gonna do here. What have we here? And that's about all I could do. Then we're gonna have to, yeah, we will have to let that set for a while, for sure. No biggie. No, way too much of the blue. That's that makes a bunch of sense, right, Rico? Yeah. Let me do this right here. I might have a little. Well, it's certainly got too much thinner in it for the dry brush stuff. However, if we do this with it, we also kind of have the again, a little bit of pre-weathering on that. Like I said earlier, we're going to be doing a fair amount of withering powders on this too. Where's my Van Dyke Brown? Come on. You know, I'm going to go old. Whoops, wait a minute. From the Mars Black to the Radiant Green, and then do some of this here. Get that in there. I'm still. Oh, I should maybe try that here. Let me try a little something something here. Wait a sec. Move these things. Get this thing and do this thing here. I'm gonna maybe snag this guy. I mean, we're doing this anyhow. Let's do it now instead of waiting. All right, we want to get some of this on our barbed wire there. Also, some on the stone helm over here. Now that needs a bit more of a, yeah, just a brunt, not so much the rusty stuff there. Now back to the rusty stuff over there. Come on, back to the dusty. And then we leave this alone for a bit here. Okay, back to our, I think we gotta get some of our reds in here. We wanted some reds down here on our plinth there, and then we're gonna get some of that up into the helmet. Oh, you know what? Let me, instead of the Perline Crimson, yeah, we're gonna grab the Perline Red. It's like there's something missing out. Something missing out here. That's what's missing. Little bit of Perline Red in there. Come on, more. Better. That will sneak down in some of these recesses here. Also here. Get rid of some of that excess. Oh, and again, a reminder, Armada Mondays, well, we won't be able to do our usual Armada Mondays, and I'm not going to try, I'm not going to try to do a Tuesday or Wednesday, unless it's going to be like before midnight or something. That's the only way I would do it, Tuesday or Wednesday, because we know what happens, right? How many times on a Tuesday or Wednesday, we're just trying to make up maybe, again, a Thursday stream we won't be able to do, or a Monday stream we couldn't do, and we're like, we'll just do it on Tuesday or Wednesday, and it's like, nope. So, yeah, I think this coming Friday, I was actually shooting for like an earlier Friday. I'm like, it could be shockingly earlier there, Velfer. Well, since it's going to be an all-nighter Sunday into Monday, Velfer, that's another reason I forgot. Yeah, I forgot to mention that, Velfer. Thanks for reminding me. I was like, that was the other reason, is because it will basically be yet another all-night affair Sunday into Monday. So, since that's the case, we might just not tempt the whole sleep streaming thing again, right, Velfira? We did that a couple episodes ago with that Arthurian flats, yeah. That that was interesting. Okay, let me try to see. Okay, we'll definitely be able to go lighter than an edge, but I just want to see something here first. also this. And then lighter up here. Like that. Yeah, I think it's. I think we're starting. It's starting to translate it now. Let us take this down on the bottoms of our gas mask right here. What's pretty wild is these are all like a rose window here. Yeah, these. This is not just some random pan. This it's actually meant to be rose windows here. I found that to be particularly intriguing. Oh yeah, this thing right here. Let's catch that surface and then one right over here. Is nice. And of course, hour 3, bring out the breakout yield, fast matte white, and really go strong with the highlights on here. I'll have to just let that be. I got our little again our little stall helm down here. Let me get this. Now we're talking. Need to get kind of the wings around this. Yet such as it is. Nope, nope. This area over here. That will go up around here. Did we do? Nope, we didn't do this side yet. Let me get this too. Funny you should mention that, Valve Eric, because I think that's been, what, at least the last 2 years, right? At least the last 2 years. And let me do a little more there. Take this. We need to start getting a little bit of our lighter stuff going on here too. Let's do that down here. We haven't really messed with this very much. Nice to see there's surface tension. Surface tension. Why don't you share some fabulous oil painted stuff in the chat? The 10 mil. I think, well, let's see. Nope, Sunday I'm filming that episode. I was gonna say that, well, it depends. If there is any kind of time, I might try that. Remember we were talking about the 10 millimeter sculpting test there? Surface tension in Eldritch Foundry. Now, let me get this out of here. Let me try you here. There's my Perline Red. That's not Perline Crimson, that's Perline Red. Everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just shared. Everybody, please give Surface Tension a little look-see there. Some fabulous oil-painted minis. Camden, I don't know if you had a chance to share your link there. I don't think you did, but if you want to share stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Everybody also then give Camden Paints a follow because Camden also paints with the oils. And it's like we were talking about in the stream last night. It's really important to see other folks using the oils because yeah, they might have they might be using paints that you can get in your area more easily. They might have a little different process or something like that, and you might say, "Whoa, I kind of like how that process works." I thought so, Camda. I only do words, right, Camda? That is it. So again, now the Perline Crimson, remember that is, no, the Perline Red is much more translucent than, say, the Perline Crimson. And that's what we're kind of counting on here. And in we go here with our red that kind of stops right about there. And just again, like we were talking about last night, Camda, uh, where somebody else might really be more enthused about the pre-glaze process than what we're doing here with the darker primer process. And if another person is using that process, it could again make it a little bit easier for folks to kind of again wrap their heads around it. Let me see. So again, in about 25-ish minutes or so, I'm gonna go again. I gotta refresh the medicine anyways, but we'll definitely skedaddle down to the basement area and grab those test prints of the Sauron bust and the Mouth of Sauron bust. And again, the figure part of it was fun, right? But I really was. It was all about the plinth. I was really trying to get something interesting going with those. So we shall see if we were able to get something interesting going with those. Now let's get something interesting maybe going with the eyes here. So to this, let's see if we can sneak in the pupil there inside the iris. I think we did. Now we have to start to shade that a little bit. Where's me Prussian blue here? Let's just maybe use a little bit of that here. I think Camda, as soon as I saw this one, I thought, well, this could be a really interesting one here on several different levels. I was hoping that it ultimately would play out that way. Sometimes it doesn't always, right, Camda? Let me move that again. Now we're gonna actually get a little bit of our almost like a bluish gray in there. Where's me lighter? Here, this red gray. Let me try this. Right in there. Also, that side. There you go. Where would I want my lighter dot? I think it'd be easier to put on this other side. No, we'll wait. We'll wait for. Let's wait on our fast mat. We'll wait for that, shall we? Yes. First, though, try to Actually, we're going to get me a little bit of our actual violet here. Come on. Turn it over. There we go. That was a little too mid-tony there. We had to actually kind of tone that down a little bit more. Ah, there we go. Maybe a little bit more of an eyebrow. Say here. Yeah. Got that. Nope, no. Let me try some of this here. Also, there. That can't all be that lighter coat. Yeah, but to knock that down some too. The here, doing the same thing and knocking down some of these edges here. Ordered just too much. And of course, we have already done a first weathering powders on a bust. We have, that is not something, at least I don't remember doing that. Maybe I did. I don't remember using weathering powders on a bust before. Again, I might have done it, and I just don't remember, but I don't think so. That is about reestablishing that edge right there. Kind of lost that edge. Trying to get that back. And again, thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for sharing the link to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel and also our regular YouTube channel. Now, I think I've almost enough. Well, actually, the more I get of this character right here, we'll certainly do a Trench Crusade theme video like we've been doing, obviously, with our Lord of the Rings stuff, our Battlestar Galactica stuff. So recoil, to make the resurrection ship. Now I'm starting to think recoil that, because it was almost like a whole series of hollow triangles, if that sounds like anything. And I'm starting to wonder, recoil, what if we did just kind of make a bunch of the pieces? And also, Camda, I'm starting to think about our Babylon 5 ships, where I just start, kind of making things just in pieces and sections. Instead of, again, we have those files, but they're all one giant piece. And cutting them is really not, that's just not an option. They're too complex. You know what? I'm going to use this sky blue in here. There's my really light gray, and this is going to go into some of these areas now. Let's start doing some of those too. Well, Camda, if it's that size, guess who's not going to complain? Gandalf won't complain. He can't complain that it's too small, right, Camda? Thank you so much, Inganes. Guess what? You got yourself another person that you've got to go follow. That's Inganes, because Inganes also streams the oil paints. So, Inganes, you know the drill. Please share your oil painted stuff in the chat. And everybody, again, please give Inganes a follow. Again, you need to see all these different folks doing stuff with the oils. It will be very, very valuable info for you. Recoil, it's been so long since I've seen, the resurrection ship on the show. I only have a very vague recollection of it. It almost kind of looked like an erector set, if I remember right. Okay. And, geez, we'll have to figure out again some way to get those base stars printed, some way to do the just the two halves and do those separately. Now here you can see we're starting to change that. That's starting to get a little bit of our greenish, a little bit of greenish gray in there. This is literally like a very dirty seafoam green right here that we got going on. So everybody check out that that Instagram link that Ngane's just shared. And everybody give Ngane's a follow. Come on. There. Some of that same grayish green on this part of our mask there. Also here. Lighten you up a little bit there, yeah, but again, also some of that kind of a seafoam bluish green. Now, actually, Ngane's, I'm trying to phrase the question the right way. So, what do you think the last kind of big discovery, right, Camden? Because I mean, you have sometimes those. There's times where you're just like, oh, wow, okay, yeah, this is something I have to do some more of because I tried this, or even just if it's an accident or something like that, and you say, yeah, I need to do more of that. Because I kind of remember when Doji was talking about some of his, and of course Ryan, and also Grundy. So it's again to maybe make up for our loss of our Monday stream, I might try again an earlier start on Friday. And it might almost seem absurdly early compared to what's been going on here lately. Let me lighten you up there. Which means that if that is the case, then it would be something more almost like a Saturday challenge where I try to have a whole bunch of stuff ready to go and we just hit a whole bunch of things. Now here, I'm gonna try to get some, again, some dents, some cuts, all kinds of different things here on our stone helm. Also that. Lighter red here. Let me grab my, it's a little bit of our yellow there. That's the Windsor yellow slash Hansa yellow. To line up some of our reds here. And then we're obviously going to have to do stuff in our gold or bronze or whatever that is meant to be. That should probably get a little lighter. We don't have to be too much of the orange there. Might need, I don't think we need to necessarily go back and get the, let me try right here, and then maybe on the other side, here on the other side, maybe to a blue or something for a background there. might just go ahead and do that again. We're applying a little bit of the radiant violet. This is to, for all intents and purposes, make that a little bit of a cooler color, not quite as orangey. Almost sliding more to the magenta. This way. Like those. Right there again on that patch. And into there. Okay, and now let's start to work some of that over into here. We might even do a little glaze of some of our perline red and violet or something. And a couple of our red areas here. Oh yeah, this 1 hour 41 minutes there. So in Ghana's it was an entirely different process. Yeah, it was the flat was not done in Meshi. That was well, that was back when we didn't even have to use the image to STL to make the flats. Now, of course, that the ability to make stuff like that just seems to have ceased. So that would have to be done in image to STL.com, which is a kind of very different process, and it required different images. Yeah, so this needed entirely different images right here than something like the flat. So it's very much a different process. It's shockingly different to be able to kind of do this versus the flat. Wow, it's a big difference. Because, well, first of all, you're doing the plinth, and then obviously with the flat you're just looking at one perspective. Also, too, the other thing that happens with the flats is stuff gets cut off, which is another weird thing. I don't know if you've seen the videos on that, Inganis, because we did do the Trench Crusade, or the video on that flat there. But I think this took 5 different renditions in Meshi just to get to this, because there was 2 or 3 that were absolutely positively useless. I mean, even again here, there's some things that there was a bunch of stuff with the mask that it really messed up, and this was another problem. And this is something, again, recoil in the future. This will be done all just separately. Yeah, I'll say remove that, and we're going to do that separate. We're not going to try and do all that stuff together, because that's just nuts. But we kind of had to learn, right? Recoil, and there's usually the only way is the hard way. And think about it this way here. This is a good example. So you can't, having something like this is usually a bad idea. You want it to be at least like this. That's what actually, of course, with something like this, when I was creating it was really more from views like this straight out. What I really needed to do was views more like that. But again, that's I just keep learning, right? So unfortunately, guys, yeah, that's 2 totally separate processes, and well, it's hard enough to get it to do the processes it understands. And the image to STL, I don't know if actually have you ever used the image to STL there in Ganes? Again, you could just it's a free thing. You could again you could just take pictures of the pets or something like that, and bring them into image to STL, and just it would be crude, but you could turn those into flats also there in Ganes. So yeah, you can see it's got almost kind of that greenish gray nature to it there. But that's on all of this, not on all of it, just on some of it. The crazy thing is in Ganes is that, you know, the previous version allowed you to put in a multi-view. Like, okay, so say something like our ship here. All of my drawings, it's obviously top view, bottom view, a side view, a front view, and all that kind of stuff. And it used to be able to load in all of those, and then it would take all those 4 to 6 views and then create obviously something much more accurate with that. But for whatever reason, you can't do that with the new version, which is really weird. I do not understand why that is the case. It just is. There we go. More here. No, that's going to be too far along the way. Let's do this here. So there, yeah, a friend of mine from old academy days, he sent me all of these different files and sketches and images that he'd done. And I kind of had to tell him, recoil. I said, well, you might as well get rid of that, and that, because that's just not going to work. Yeah, you can always tell who's never done it, right? Because, yeah, all of his, I looked at his drawings and said, wow, that's really cool. That's fantastic. You got no shot. You might want to just, again, get rid of all of these different things and try it again. Because otherwise, it is not going to come out the way you were hoping. Pretty much the opposite of what you were hoping for. In Ganes, it is, well, think 3D printing in Ganes. Think 3D printing, except you do everything 100% correct, and if you're lucky, you've got about a 35% success rate. And it's funny, Rico, he wasn't quite getting the message, and he kept doing more and more exotic designs, and I said, no, less. I'm like, just like have an eyeball on there. That take all the other stuff away. Yeah, everything's like, wait a minute. I'm like, welcome to my world, right, Phil? Right, Recoil. So yeah, remember like Grand Oracle, where people they generally say, well, if you're gonna get into 3D printing, that is like its own separate job or something like that. Again, just think of this as something where everything is exactly the way it should be, everything is right, and it turns out all wrong. And that's not the exception, that's the norm. The frustration level in Ganes, shall we say, again, remember I was saying in the stream last night, you know, I've definitely learned the black speech of Mordor. I know that what's one of the things, yeah, real popular in Middle Earth is to put curses on people, you know, like the dead men of Dunharrow or something like that. Let's put it this way: uh, in Ganes, some of the people behind behind some of the uh, infrastructure of this, they've been cursed for 10 generations. Surface tension, I don't know if you've run into the expression drifting, because that happened with the Lord of the Rings gummy bears. is that at a certain point, it just started to drift off into its own Never Never Land, and I have not been able to get it back since. So pretty much the gummies that I've got are the ones that I've got. Trying to do anything new is not going to look anything like our original ones. So you kind of make as much hay as you can while you can, and then the party's over. Yes, eventually, right surface tension, it becomes not quite a family, what would say, a family friendly program, because there might be some spicy language. Let me try some more of my light in there. And now in here, I was going to this in here, and then over here. Do we have a third one? Yep, we got the third one over here. And of course, are we even two? Yeah, we're almost 2 hours in, and like I said, I'm gonna go try and snag those other busts so that we can show those off too. The ones that now should, hopefully, anyways, be all cured and ready to go. Trying to get me some more of my white in there. This way here. Nope, not enough. Gotta come back, get some more. Oh, Velfair. We'll do a film noir on this, of course, but we gotta do a film noir on our Golden King from last night. Now this should be interesting because I think the red, the gray, and even some of our gold, it's all just gonna look. I think it's gonna look much flatter when we do this. Only one way to know, right, Velfair, and that's to do it. Yeah, see, we've got there's like no distinction there, and here, I mean, that just looks like, okay, we just dry brush just one color on there. Uh, the, but you see, like, the values here, they get very compressed. When we bring back the color, you'll swear that one is darker than the other. There's no difference in that. Now, again, here, it's only for having all that shading in the face that we can really see much of anything right there. And then here, right, we're going to be getting some more of our more yellowish color in there. Let's get back to our color. See, already you could swear that that red was darker than those, but I mean, it's barely darker. But then when we do this, then look at all the difference there. Nice to see you there, Doji. Why don't you share some fabulous stuff in the chat as we grab our Golden King of Abracan here? Now look at those blues and the golds, and as they go away, yeah, there's shading there, but you kind of lose the reflectivity. So that almost looks like it's just like a carved wooden throne or something until we do this. And then all the shiny stuff returns. See that? Because again, reflections, shiny. No reflections, not shiny. So everybody check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. And again, in a couple of minutes here, I'm gonna go snag the again those brand new busts because I mean I had a chance to kind of see them when I was cleaning them, but not really get a good look at them. And of course, Velfira, that is why they're going after him, because it was one of those plays, Valfira, you could call them almost unnecessary plays, right? Because, well, what happens if you fumble a snap there, Valfera? And also, too, how did he break his leg? It's like, did he break his leg on one of the kneel downs? Talk about gravitational challenges. So, I mean, he risked, well, Valfera, I know that everybody really, well, not everybody, a lot of folks, I mean, he's had some strategic issues over the years, and, well, this is one of them. I don't know if you saw the press conference, Valfera, but I just, had an Instagram thing or something like that, and it was showing the press conference with him. Yeah, he had that look of somebody who made a boo boo, Valfera. Well, either that or a boom boom, one or the other. I don't know, but he had a very guilty look. So I do believe that's what you call taking your Super Bowl chances and setting them on fire. That's stupid comes in all shapes and sizes, right, Valfira? And sometimes stupid is cloaked in smartness, if that means anything. We won't. We're eventually gonna try to get some lighter skin tones in there too. And again, same was being said about Ben Johnson. Like, what in the world was he thinking in that first half? This is a very translucent. That's a little bit of our green mixed with the Indian yellow here. This is a saturation thing. This is really not a value thing or anything like that. It's mostly for saturation. Nice to see you there, Pascal. Everybody, please give Pascal Rules a follow. So great to see you. Now, Pascal, were you going to be streaming, well, a little bit later? Say, I don't know, 2, 3 hours from now? Oh, it really doesn't, right, Recoil? It definitely does not. Well, actually, it's very sharing. That's it. Yeah, see that we shouldn't be so negative. It likes to share. It likes to share. So, Pascal, this is what we painted last night here. The Golden King of African. That was super fun. And now I've got my, I also have my 28 millimeter version of it there for game purposes. And of course, this is really fun now. We're starting to see this character pop up in more and more and more places. Thanks, Pascal. Appreciate that. Yeah, there was a few. Oh, and Pascal, here's a fun little thing we're going to be doing next week. So this is before and after Shadow Lord right here. This is going to be super fun, and we've got a much larger version here with some really nicely sculpted folds, and that is what we're going to use for a massive tutorial series right there. So everybody, please check out that link. Actually, Pascal, be sure you save some of your stuff. And again, this was our. Oh, here he is. There we go. So that was the concept art that I made, and you might recognize again. Here, let me get back to my scene here. That was again based on our Harad army that we've painted many of these figures on stream, like dozens of them, and there's more coming. Possibly even next week, maybe next Friday. Oh, that's it. Maybe we paint him next Friday with a bunch of his closest friends. Everybody, check out that Instagram link that Pascal just shared. Thank you so much, Surface Tension. I could certainly use me some of this right here. Thanks, Surface Tension. And of course, well, we also did our uh, very first flat of our Arthurian series. Actually, recall. Always remember when Peleus Spellbridge would always see other people always taking away his coins and stuff. There you go. Surface tension. The Golden King of Abrakan. Every time somebody does bits and all that stuff, he's going to be going like ka-ching. Yeah, we may have to have him as kind of a semi-permanent character there, Surface Tension. Yeah, he's trying to grab all the bitses and all the subs and everything, and all the cheers. He says, "Nope, I'll take that." So again, please check out that It is an Yeah, it's an Instagram link that Pascal just shared. And again, Pascal, if you're going to be streaming later today, maybe again, I don't know, 2 or 3-ish hours from now or so. Come on, let me get that. And we're just gonna keep working this in. Oh, we also, speaking of which, come on, there we go. Yeah, we haven't had a Bits mascot before, have we? Surface Tension. I guess we do now. I guess he kind of likes his treasure. Let me get you in there. And then over here. Like you do. And then this needs some all along here. All along this. Now again, in just a couple of minutes here, I'm gonna go and grab those new test busts that I did. There's 4 test busts, and then there's also the test of Sauron on his throne there. And again, these are well, some are the 2 of them are gonna be the Herald of the Black Gate. That would be the Mouth of Sauron. Come on, there we are. Okay, so oh, wait a second. 1 second there, recoil. Oh, it looks like Armor Wolf got it. Actually, recoil. This was in the early days when all I knew about was sky rails. Actually, I still haven't had any success there, recoil and getting sky rails to say, "Oh, here, it's you. Here, let's do stuff." So yeah, I think with the other one, Grok, I'd have a much better chance of doing that recoil. Yeah, it didn't quite work with him trying to pick up the treasure. Yeah, he basically was supposed to stick his arm in there and grab some of the treasure. Yeah, it didn't work out so well. So we'll give it a shot with our also too with the way the prompts get done. Yeah, I think we got a better shot now, Rico. A much better chance. So again, I'm gonna be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'm gonna be bringing hopefully toting some new ones with me. So Doji, I'm using the Hansa yellow / Windsor yellow with some of our white. There's also a bunch of our green in there, so some of the not radiant green is in there as well. So don't go anywhere. I shall return. let's see what we got here. So this is one of our Mouth of Saurons right here. And again, I printed these out pretty darn small because, well, they were just test prints. Here's our other one. Yeah, so a little bit, yeah, you can see the difference in the back there. And I wanted one that didn't have anything. So we have the option of doing some, whatever, our own thing there too. And this, again, these I thought would be good chances to take the metallic stuff, right, and essentially do that kind of hammered steel, right? As especially getting things like the plinth there or whatever. And with this one, I wanted it to be more like Barad-dûr itself. So that's kind of more like Barad-dûr right there. And again, this one would give us a chance to do maybe some source lighting or something on this. And then, of course, we want to have Sauron on his throne minus this minus that support rod right there. Can't really get at that with the stuff that I've got here, so we'll do that some other time. But yeah, there he is on his throne with his little ring right there. So again, I thought these could make a couple of interesting lessons. We'll do one as metallics and one as non-metallics, and kind of compare them side by side, see what they look like. Now let's get back to this mission right here. I might even go a little dark here with the asphaltum right in there. We'll do the same deal on that side. Now let's get that, maybe some of that lighter stuff back here. Was our seafoam, greenish gray here. So yeah, I thought that could be a very interesting little lesson. Just like this bust right here, we're going to split that right down the middle because we finally have our bust. They had to have a couple of things. They had to be perfectly symmetrical, and it also had to be entirely just metal. Well, what a better topic than this for doing our combo of the metal and non-metallic. And that's the second time I've had him knocked out of my hand. All I'm trying to do is bring him over here, and it's been knocked out of my hands twice. Let's get some of this lighter green in there. Also, over here. We gotta do a little something on that. There we go. And we're gonna wait on that down there. I keep, I think, bumping into that with my hand, so we'll wait on that. We'll get to that. Now you can kind of see how we get this kind of a bit of a greenish tone that starts to build up here. Let's get some more of a lighter green over here. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Okay. Oh, we got to start doing some stuff on that hair as well. Let's take our umber again. We'll mix it with this because we don't want it to be too much like our skin tone. We don't want it to be too much like our gold / bronze, whatever. Gotta come up with some other mid-range, kind of lighter middle tone-ish, something like that. See it a bit there, Doji. So Doji, again, just a little bit of, they won't be able to do the Monday stream. So the next stream will be Thursday. Just a quick reminder there. So you don't wonder, like, what the heck is going on? Yeah, it's nothing bad happened or anything like that. Just won't be able to do the Monday stream. And of course, Doji, well, hopefully we have, on Sunday, we've got that video of the TMM non-metallic metal combo vid. Hopefully that'll be all set and ready for you to look at. So see you later there, Doji. Have yourself a good one. There we go. I guess you just gotta let that do its mixing thing there. Here too. And remember, we started out with the darker primer. We did the lighter dry brush stuff just like we did on Golden King Abracant. However, our darker glaze things here were a little more compressed in the color range. We weren't doing blues and magentas and all this other kind of stuff. Yeah, they're slightly different glazes going on. And of course here, as far as reflections goes, only a few places, right, are getting them. Now here we got to have reflections, right? We got basically two reflective surfaces right next to each other. They basically have to essentially bounce off each other, almost little bit like that infinity mirror kind of thing going on there. That was not supposed to go there. How's about we just get rid of that and try it again, like so. Yeah, there we are. Is nice. Here, got a little bit too much of the darker stuff there. Let me a little more you. Start changing that up just a little bit. Now this thing here, where's my Perline red? Not Perline crimson, Perline red. Now we'll darken it down though. And hopefully there we go. More like what I wanted to see. So the whole idea here with this darker red, well, Perline crimson is kind of translucent. Yes, it is. And if I can put that as a little teensy spot of a glaze over some of this red stuff here, it's going to give it that almost like the candy like finish there, and then therefore maybe make it look more like it's some kind of gem type of a thing. So see you later there, Doji. And we now see we're talking about doing that here. And that's it's same deal. Get it around the perimeters here. See, here we're pretty good there. Yeah, this one too. Maybe we'll get some more of that over here. Like there. And there. Also here. Okay. That's what knocked that bust out of my hand, was the palette cam there. Thanks, Inganes. Appreciate that. And again, Inganes, have yourself a good one. And guys, why don't you share your stuff one more time? Yeah, share it one more time there, Inganes, before you head out. And of course, well, I guess we'll say happy Sunday, happy Monday, happy Tuesday, and Wednesday. Well, technically, I guess we'll really be seeing you again on Friday. So happy Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Inganes. And everybody, again, check out that link that Inganes just shared. and give Inganes the follow because Inganes is going to be streaming the oils. So yes, on those 4 days, you want to see some oil paints, then you got to go check out Camden. You got to go check out Inganes. Yeah, we needed our dark back in here again. Also, and we're pretty good there with it. Also pretty good there, but this needs to be darkened now. Actually, even darker. Here is the full tomb here that we're working with for the most part. Touch, and let's not get that too dark in there. We've made that just about as dark as we can. And again, the fun thing about this, these are actually kind of like rose windows here. That's not just any old pattern, those are actually rose windows in there. Darken you down some. And try to get some. No, some of this. And okay, there we go. Now that's going to be more of a gray. There we go. Actually, here, a little touch of some of our green in there too, just because. And we'll grab a blending brush to do blendy things like this. Blendy things, green, next to our browns. How's about some darker stuff now? Yep, I can kind of, like I've been saying there in Ganes, I will not be here Monday, so can't stream on Monday. That is, I can do a lot of things. I can stream no sleep and all that other kind of stuff, but not being present in the in the building does make it a much more difficult prospect to do the streamy things. Which is fine because, well, I don't have anything set for Armada Monday. Well, technically, I sort of do. I do have that one Tauron ship printed out, but I don't have a base for it. So, I mean, it all works out okay. We have plenty of flats ready to go, though. Yes, we have dozens, literally dozens of flats to choose from to paint. So that's we're all good for Thursday. Actually, we're all good for about the next 30 Thursdays. We all went through. Yeah, there'll be no shortage of stuff for Thursdays. Let me do this right here. Come on. This is our getting lighter gray here. Creating a little bit of a buckle right there. Also another buckle over here. Let me get a little more of that up here, and then I have this there. Now we might also do a little bit of that. Blending brush again. This one. Yeah, let me just get myself a piece of paper towel here that I can just kind of have handy for me. There we go. Just making sure there's no paint on there. And all of a sudden there, nice little bit of light. Do the same up here. Just gonna go blammo. Again, look at that. Very precise, careful brushstroke work there. You just don't get that on any old channel. And now we'll take that and do this. And, well, looky there. Start to look more like it's been airbrushed or something. Except we did it with hairy sticks, right? Recoil. That is another place we're going to try to hit some more of our light in there and then grab maybe, yeah, this is a micro blending brush. Like you do. There's that. I think this is what I'm doing. Now we're gonna start doing some darker reinforcement on a couple things. We got a Van Dyke brown, we got our indigo, mix them together. Boom! Now we're gonna start hitting some of these things and just make those. Also, some of the edges a little bit stronger. Oh, that's the other thing I gotta do. I gotta get my not black is black into here because that's gonna really change how we see this stuff. So it might have to be after we do this, might be the next thing that I actually tackle here. I mean, it'll take a few minutes. That's it. It's not complicated. Come on, get in there. Get that a little bit darker, a little bit more mixed. There was a brush that I saw on the floor over here. Where did that go? Well, it must have kicked that somewhere else when I was... Oh, here it is. Nah, that's not the one I thought it was. Wait a minute, let me... There's a little too much stuff in that brush. We're going to get some of it out of there. Possibly. Oh, so yeah, like, see this here? We are going to darken that down. Then... Now we'll just use you as a micro blending brush. What the heck? There you go. Just like what we're doing up on the helmet there. Come on. There's again. Just solidify some of these edges and some of these lines. Oh, and we'll take you. Fine. We'll use this. Rosa and some of our... It's almost like some of our green right there. This might also provide a little bit of texture here, a little texturizing in some of these spots. And again, see that becomes a more of a reddish brown. We got this kind of almost like a greenish stuff going on over there. Come on. There we go. And now, hopefully, what this is going to do is start to give us a little bit of the weathering on the leather. Something here can be a blend with this. Is our blending brush. There we go. We're not trying to completely wipe out that texture. We're just trying to get it kind of in line, a little under control. We don't want too much of it. Just trying to clean up my little rose window pattern here. The same deal there. I wonder. Okay, well, let's see. We still have to wait a little bit here. It's, again, another 20, 25-ish, 30 minutes at tops, but break out our fast mat white, and then we can really start to pop in some hefty lights in here. We have sort of light. I mean, it's relatively light, but not that really, punchy, pure light. Now that'll be happening again in about a half an ish hour, something like that. Not right now, though. Skelly friend needs to even. I'm gonna go even warmer with that gray, which means probably here some of that radiant violet type color there. There we go. And I might, what? Okay, fine. I'm gonna actually go a little later here on a few little parts of the skelly. Thinning that down, getting me some thinner in here, breaking it down. Now we're getting there. Bits and pieces of rifles here. We'll try to get a couple little glints on our barbed wire here. Mostly rusted, but in some places the rust is, ironically enough, weathered away. Now it's gonna break out our not blackest black stuff so that we can do these two areas again. I gotta be able to see or not see that really. That is the key. We're gonna again get rid of some of that here. Let me just get that paint out of here. Might just use this brush here as well. Hold on 1 second. Let me get the oils out of there. Yeah, this is not our blackest black, but it's a good precursor. It just it has more stability to it. Putting our, although I think the Max Darth or whatever the Green Stuff World stuff is it's definitely a little bit on the stronger side than the blackest black. That's the boy. You can just breathe on that, and the next thing you know, it's getting kind of scraped away. Second here, let me just get the paint out of this one here. Might just use this thing right here. So we're gonna grab you. So yeah, we have a whole kaleidoscope of colors. Well, now we don't. Now we're just going to have this. It's going to be very matte. We won't be really seeing that anymore. We'll do the same thing on the other side. Been waiting a while to do. I've been waiting 2.5 hours to do this. Come on, a little bit of it over there too. Get this baby closed, and well, that's it. So see you later, Pascal. And to get Pascal, I guess, well, that doesn't sound like you'll be able to be doing any streaming there today, Pascal. But again, have yourself a fantastic Sunday, of course. And of course, if you wanted to share stuff one more time there, Pascal, before you head out, that would be fantastic too. I'm going to take a little bit of that and some of our violet here. would like to get a little bit more light over on this side here. So see you later there, Pascal. And again, appreciate you being here. You know what? We're doing our fast matte white stuff now. We're getting that out here. I might bring some over here, and we'll bring some of that into our yellows. Break that down a little bit, like we do. And that is going to go into, again, some of our lattice work on this part of the gas mask here. Yep, we gotta catch that part of it. And all of a sudden, that looks a whole lot more like what it's supposed to look like. Doing that, and now again, all these other ones will do this, a similar thing here. Okay. Also, this is also not our lightest light. We still can go lighter than this. We are not gonna go lighter than this just yet. We're gonna wait on that. Like this here. Also there. Yeah, that's definitely needs to be lighter. Although I would prefer that to have almost more like our greens on it instead. On this area here, let's really start to hit some of our, and some of the maybe the latest lights here. And that does stand out. There is a difference there. I might have a little too much thinner in there, so I'll do stuff up there and deposit some of that extra. Yeah, it was a good thing I did that. That's still too much. I can just see it. That is one of those things that just sort of comes with practice. When you're okay, how much thinner is too thinner? Well, paint will let you know. It'll tell you quite clearly. It's like, yep, you put too much thinner in there by going all over the place. Eventually, you'll just be able to kind of know by just looking at it, feeling it. You're like, whoa, okay, that's too much thinner. That's just going to turn into practically a pinline wash, which I do not want. Back to our lighter stuff in here. On that top edge, and now our bottom edge. Oh, gotta refresh that brush again. There we go. Maybe, yeah, fix that a little bit there too. This much lighter. Also, again, all along this surface right here. So here. And now we're talking. Same deal along this edge. That there. Nope. Take it away. Then some more light up there. Now I want to get the little dots on the eyes. Where do we want those to go? On this end, or, and I think it's easier if I do them here because I'll be able to hit the other side more where I need it to go. I also need to get a little more light into this portion of the eye here. Okay, I think it's starting to do what we need it to do there. Nice to see you again there, Tatley. It's well, not only Sunday morning, but even the events of Saturday on the gridiron were very momentous on multiple levels. It wouldn't be, again, tomorrow. Well, later today, it's going to get even more interesting. We shall see how things play out. But boy, oh boy, talk about some serious controversy. Oh my goodness. Essentially, two teams wiping each other out in the same game. Mostly self-inflicted stuff. Also, referee-inflicted stuff. Bring this down here. Yep, like so. So great to see you there, Tatley. Last night, we did the Golden King of Abercan like we were talking about. That's another one of our homemade figs, just like this homemade bust here. Rico, I'm getting so used to just painting my own stuff here. It's almost kind of freaky to paint anything else. It's nuts. It's absolutely bonkers. Gonna try to bring in some lights along this right here. Yep. And this is almost a little bit like a chainmail type of thing here. So Tatley, hopefully you've maybe been able to do a little bit of painting stuff yourself, a little bit of miniature stuff. That is got some, again, some of our lightest light on it there. Tatley, oh, actually, Tatley, what was the other? No, I think there was another streamer that had the feline incident. Nice to see you there, Margaret. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday to you. So, Margaret, this has been super fun here. Really fun. I'm just really glad that I made this one, and I will certainly try to do again some of our other characters here. So there's two other ones I want to try. So there's this guy right here, and then the other side is this one right here. So I want to try and do those two. What we're doing now is this one, right? We're doing this one now, but I would like to try and do those guys and some subsequent. But of course, we also now have some other. I just took these literally off of the printer earlier today and then did the curing stuff on them. These are going to be for several different types of tutorials and streams and such. So again, there's another fun plinth right there. We'll be doing some true metallics, some non-metallics. Yep, Marguerite, well, like usual, 2 hours, 44 minutes, and 19 seconds ago, it was just this primer. Yep, that's what it looked like. So yeah, Tatley, those we're gonna also again we got the Cylon bus to do the half and half, half true metallic, half non-metallic, and then some of the Sauron ones are also gonna have object source lighting on them. And of course, Margaret, if you want to share anything in the chat, you know the deal. You've heard me say it a bunch of times. You want to share stuff, go ahead, please do that. Like the Weeping Angel says, don't blink, right? Recoil. I still got to get, I still got to get an animation made of that. Actually, Recoil, I did get a cleaned up version of this. Like, so they get gas mask. I don't even get like eyelids. I mean that. I mean seriously. I said the Weeping Angel. Rico is like, so wait a minute, you're doing all this other stuff here, yet you could not sculpt me some eyelids. All this other stuff, no eyelids for me. That's just fantastic. I do believe the phrase thanks for nothing is probably something that the Weeping Angel is saying right about now. Get this going up on the other side there. No, wait a minute here. Let's, nope. Back to this. But Margaret, that thing, that thing is 5 years old. Actually, well, now it's 5 years and a month old, because that was one of our Christmas streams uh, back in 2020. That's a veteran cookie there, Margaret. Now, of course, the hype train is also 5 years old. That the original hype train cookie, yes, is also 5 years old. It falls under the category of petrified. It's a fossilized cookie. I mean, we do believe very strongly in paleontology here, anyways. So we love our fossils here. All right, now I feel like we got a little bit more of a patch design there. No problem there, Tatley. Well, at least I think we're going back to the first our well, hopefully supper's not 6 o'clock in the morning like yesterday. Hopefully that's going to be more like 4:30 or something. Because that was a little nuts there, Recoil. Yeah, just basically eating dinner as the sun is coming up. That was pretty nuts. And again, just some programming notes. We won't have our usual Monday stream, but don't be surprised if Friday is an earlier start, because I think we're going to paint a bunch of Harad and maybe Corsair stuff. Whatever gets prepped, it could be a little bit of each, it could be all of one or all of the other. Or or I just say the heck with it and paint a bunch of flats or busts or something. We'll see how things shake out. Right now, Monday is like 3 years away, as far as I'm concerned. We're just looking for the next 24 hours here. Come on. There we go. So Margaret, I haven't actually played it. Well, I haven't played anything. Gosh, how many years has it been now? Oh, it's been years since I played, well, anything of any kind. I think people really do like it better. It seems now, of course, they've added a bunch of stuff since the last time I heard people talking about it, but it seemed to kind of have some balance there. Great to see you there again, VetBod. So yeah, VetBud, I'm targeting somewhere again, like maybe even a 10 o'clock start there on Friday. So hopefully that works out good for you there, VetBod. So again, just gonna see if we can. No, I don't like that. I'm gonna wipe that away, and we're gonna try something different. Trying something different here. Yeah, that's more like how we want this to go. Whoop, let's go this way with it. Also, some more light along those edges. Yeah, very good. There's I mean, the imagery, obviously, and the terrain is really interesting too. I know I have at least one terrain piece printed out. I did want to try and do a terrain tutorial for it. That would kind of be, we would say, more, a little more, in some ways, more old school. Kind of trying to show how to use, okay, some 3D printed bits, but also essentially just junk. Maybe some household stuff to be able to create yourself a very interesting and Trench Crusade board. No, that was too much thinner, but it's okay because we're kind of grabbing some of our yellow here anyhows. So yeah, this is not our latest light here either. We will most likely also come back into this. We'll do some of our bit of our greens, a little bit of our Indian yellow in here too. Come on, this way. Hopefully not too light in there. Okay. Back to our stone helm here. Gonna start breaking that up so it looks more like the laurel leaf that it is. Over here. Yeah, maybe a little more on that edge. Oh, yeah, here are a couple of showcasings. They need some lighter stuff right here. Top edge of that for sure. Of course, VetBod, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead, do that. And like always, here's hoping that 2026 is at least holding steady for you, if not already kind of some very promising, cool stuff. What do we got here? We're going to get some more of that just positioned there. Also over there. Yeah, that one a little too heavy. So, oh, well, look at that. We'll just take it out. All good. It is no problem. All good again. that. Doing this now. Yeah, we gotta. Oh, let me get the. Well, technically not Mars. Yellow deep. It sort of is. It sort of is not. That is now on. We're ready to rock and to roll. We're gonna. See, we got nothing sitting in there. Great to see you, Denethor. Everybody, please check out this link that Denethor is gonna pose, and of course, Denethor. Hopefully, you've maybe had a chance to do a little bit of streaming there, Denethor. So, check this out. This was our stream last night right here. That is the Golden King of Abracan. That's one of our own miniature right there. And there is the concept art. Man, I created that a while ago. Thank you so much, Denethor. Great to see. Uh-oh. It's like, this is interesting. Kind of like Gandalf. I know why you would cut off Gandalf's arms, but we don't need to do that to everybody, do we? So sorry that you haven't been able to quite find the painting time there, Vetpod. And again, Denethor, why don't you share some stuff in the chat there? We got this going over here. So Denethor, it's been very exciting again between my first custom Battlestar Galactica design. We painted our first Galactica flat there. We also painted the first of our Arthurian flats. We did 2 of those. They do not have the right to bear arms, right, Camda? I guess not, because they ain't got no arms. It's kind of hard to do that when you don't have any arms. Ah, yeah, I kind of didn't notice that before. Yeah, okay, so fine. Wait a minute, I don't have arms either. How are they going to fish or get picnic baskets, Camda, if the bears don't have arms? Yeah, that means no fish, no picnic baskets for the bears. Yeah, well, hopefully they use their arms later tonight, Camden, to maybe catch some passes and maybe tackle somebody. I mean, I know that's a novel concept. That is a novel concept of, well, wait a second, that guy with the ball, somehow we're supposed to get between him and that other thing back there that, oh yeah, that end zone thing. Yeah, we're supposed to be in between him and that, huh? That's how that works? What was that? I think, is that in D&D there? Surface tension, unarmed strike or something like that? Now, of course, that could just mean that Gandalf is, he's just like, nope, I'm not working anymore. I would hold up a sign that says I'm on strike, but yeah, I guess you know why. Well, at least there's no illegal arms, right? Right, Margaret? Yeah, that's our busts have what would you say? Contraband arms. There you go. Yes, they have contraband arms. Actually, what about this? Yeah, this Nerex, same thing. Like we're sensing a trend there. There's no arms. That's a lot of flesh wounds there, right? Surface tension. Let me do this right over here. Yeah. And also in there. So that's, again, that's some of our green right there. over a green, works its way in. So, well, now we're at hour 3. We are now 3 hours into our Trench Crusade here. Gonna try and get a little bit of that green also over there. Red and green contrast, right? Cam, the boy Cam, that's kind of scary that we can do this. He's like, so whoa, wait, how does he get arms? I got no feet though. Yeah, well, neither do I. He's like, yeah, but I got to keep. Ooh, I like that helmet over there. That would go good on my keyboard. Yeah, well, Armistice Day. Well, it's a little bit away. It was not too long ago. We're this way. Here we go. So Cam, well, let's see. Actually, geez, Cam, when's the last time you got really hit hard by the autocorrect monster? Yeah, I think it's been a little while there, Camda, since the autocorrect monster was able to get you there. Some of that same green over in there. I was gonna say, Camda. Actually, Camda, I thought you did that on purpose. Now, of course, Camda, if you have too much tea on stream, you might have a couple of those. Right? I mean, how many times do we say, Camda, that having tea really puts the stream in streaming? And of course, again, if you have too many cups of tea, you will have a couple of those. Now, of course, that is why they developed the Stadium Pal, so that you never miss a moment of the action just because nature has called. I mean, you're paying good money to sit in those seats. If you're off there trying to again answer the call of nature and something significant should happen, well, then that's kind of unfortunate there. We don't want that to happen. Everybody check out that Discord link that Denethor just posted as we say hello to Alphostar. Bonjour there, Alphostar. Great to see you. Taking this here. Green, we're just going to start spreading that all around. Guess what? We're going to take some of the green. We're going to put that in here because, oh, red and green contrasty things, right? Let's get some of that up here, and then we'll come back with our lighter gold again. Some of that right in here. Again, this is it. We're adding some green to our gold tip right next to all this red. So great to see you there, Star. Yeah, the as promised Trench Crusade bust here. Come on, get me a little bit more of that in there. Also here. Also here. Let me get that down in here too. A little bit more over this way. Back to my brownish gray. Nah, not like that. Let me use this guy. Just get rid of some of that. I think they'll Star appreciate that. And yeah, we've got some other ones we're going to do. So I want to create a bust of this guy and then a bust of that guy. So hopefully we'll have our three character busts, and then well, I'm already kind of working on some new characters there, but I already have those three. No, there is actually a fourth character already. He's one that I never got a chance to put on a miniature. I was going to, but I never got it. It was going to be another vehicle. I was going to put that free in it. So I actually do have a fourth character. Because we aren't making enough different 3D printable stuff, right, Cam? That we got to make more. Why stop at like 1,000 things when we can make 10,000 things? Here, let me get some more of this lighter stuff here. So some of it is the fabulous chromium oxide green. Oh, now Denethor, I don't know if you saw it. It's one of the latest videos where I was I was testing out different containers, and we mixed. It was ultimate oxide. I think that's what it was. Yes, ultimate oxide, which was basically Terra Rosa mixed with our oxide green. So that was just a little bit of the oxide green and some of the Terra Rosa. Let me do this here as well. And the oxide green Denethor is in also regular Windsor, but I have this is the Alkyd version here. Again, that is the oxide chromium. Essentially, think of this like Terra Rosa opaque and flat, but it's green. And when you mix that with Terra Rosa, you get yourself that kind of super fabulous grayish green skin tone, if you know what I mean. It's really kind of a handy thing. Just really enjoy that a lot. Actually, Denethor, when you have something like, say, that, and you mix it with Naples yellow or something, you're going to get what's going to be very much a Nurgly type of green, no doubt about it. Very Nurgly. Actually, in that video, right, Camden, I just keep saying, wow, well, this would make a neat Nurgly color. Well, this would make a neat Nurgly color. That wasn't the point of the video. It just kind of was working out that way. Let me lighten you up a little bit right in there. Okay, there we go. And of course, we will be most likely. Actually, no, this is going to be our Friday thing here. That's right. Well, actually, maybe we'll do these two. Oh, and the Golden King. Yes, let's do these two and the Golden King on Friday. We got it. There we go. We're set. We'll do them and the Golden King. Yeah, Denethor, Armored Wolf shot me a message there with some of the pictures of the Nurgly stuff, the new Nurgly stuff. We got that. Now we'll take this here. Even some of our weathering powder is getting mixed into that. Super fun. Ooh, how about here? Let me take you right along this top edge here. Yep. Somehow forgot to get that. There you go. All better. Now, how about Indy in yellow? Oh, NS Fultum here. That's going to be again a real fun, intense amber sort of color. Look at that. That's got some spiciness to it. Not just about darkening this down. It's also about kind of changing the color. Oh, here. See what we're doing there? Look at that. That's a dry glaze. right there. Just did our dry glaze. Look at that. Also, gonna do some of that up here. This is as much about saturation as it is about value. Right? We're trying to launch the a little bit more saturation in some of these areas here, like on that part of the helmet there. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. There, yeah. So it is not a glaze. However, what's on the brush right here is just it's a very translucent color. So just kind of dry brushing this over the top by default. By default, we're going to end up with what looks like a glaze, but not a glaze. Or not a glaze. Ah, see what I did there? Yep, I do words, Camda. Other stuff, not really, but words, I do words. We'll come back with some of our latest gold stuff over here. And all this filigree, also spike at some of that. Spread that downwards a little, spread that upwards a little. Let me try some of that over here. Yeah, yep, yeah, look at that. That was a miss in there. How about you as a blending brush? I think that is just good enough. Just good enough there. Well, here, let me get a little bit of a thinner stuck over there in the fast matte white, just so that that does not get too clumpy there. Speaking of, that this still has some yellow in it. But I'm going to try to get some even a little more definition out of our golds here. All along the helmet here. I'm trying to make a little bit of, again, of a filigree pattern right there. So sort of like a laurel leaf slash filigree pattern. Oh geez, we got nothing there to indicate there. That's going to indicate more of a shiny metal. Now back here we got all of this stuff to do on our helmet. So here's where we really try to create the laurel leaf texture there. Come on, in here. Drag that over to finish off our cross on that side. So there we go. See, you can recognize that now. We had to do all the other stuff first. Don't be hasty, right, Camda? I guess there's one way we can solve the hasty problem, right? Where we just can't get the feet right. We do a hasty bust, Camda. Yeah, maybe we just do a hasty bust. Boy, Tatley, there are no fancy or schmancy brushes here, are there? Although there is a part of me recoil that wants to, where is that thing? Yeah. We could just take this and just write schmancy, right? Because just like Schmaladriel and, Schmandorf, we'll have our Schmancy brushes. That's what this line is called. A special line of schmancy brushes. Oh yeah, this really it wouldn't have had that impact before we started to put in all of this kind of darker stuff here. I think, Tatley, you could say they're almost like fine wines, right? They're almost like fine wines. Now, actually, oh, gee whiz, oh my goodness. Wait a second. Uh, so, in after we do this, Studio Boneless might have just actually, this is an idea. This is an idea, Recoil. I think you'll see where I'm going with this when we do this. Now, wait a minute, where's our Balrog here? Some might say that this is the most terrifying thing in all of Moria right here. You would think, like a Balrog, right? Yeah, that's scary, big and scary, dark, shadow and flame, blah, 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 whatever. Maiar, immortal being, so what? You think that's terrifying? This is what really scared Gandalf right here. Absolute terror. Oh, that would be the mimes. Yes, the mimes of Moria. Yes, they are French, and yes, they are mimes. Jetez-moi says toss me. Jetez-moi says toss me. Now, of course, you got see all your little star players there. You even have the parasol guy for being tossed into the end zone right there, or onto opposing players. Either way. Now, of course, they were the height of fashion. They are the most fashionable critters in Middle Earth. You can see again, they had top hats, they had chef's hats. Now, I said they were the most fashionable critters of Middle Earth. I didn't say they were the smartest, as you can see by the gent there with the oven mitt. Yet he's got that very toasty baguette in his bare hand. So again, it does not testify to the intelligence. Now again, oh, and there's Poirot. Yeah, see the guy with the top hat? That's Poirot. That's Hercule right there. Now, of course, Charles de Gaulle there, he has 2 stars. He has 2 stars because, well, he's obviously the brains of the operation. Now, these guys, they thought they were the actual stars of the team. That's Francois and Pierre. Now, they were really into blocking and tackling and all that other rough stuff. That really wasn't their vibe. As you can tell, they were master sommelier. So kind of like a fine Pinot Noir or something like that. That was really more their vibe. They were just not really into all the violent stuff, not their thing. Now, of course, this goes back to 2006. In 2006, you had no 3D printing. You also had no plastic goblins, basically. So for the most part, that would be metal figures that I had to chop up and recreate into something else. Now, do you see where I'm going with this recoil? What could we possibly do now that we could not have done in 2006 or even as of December 3rd? Right, right, Camda? What could we have not have done? We actually what we can do is, what do I have? He's around here somewhere. I can't really. Oh, here he is. Here he is. So yeah, that's a metal figure. I actually had to chop his hand open to stretch out his finger. Oh yeah, it says a little cigarette right there. Yeah, a little cigarette right there. Very dapper mustache, right, Denethor? Very, very dapper. So recoil, we might just have to, I don't know, maybe recreate that team. We get some photos of them, and I don't know, maybe we make it. Or, well, let's see, unless there's berets. Now, maybe Eldritch Foundry has berets as a hat or something, as an item of clothing. In which case, we could also do them in Eldritch Foundry. But something tells me We could revive the mimes. I mean, people did want to have a Blood Bowl team. As I think some people even wanted the mimes to be a Patreon Blood Bowl series. What better way to do it than to not have to redo all of those conversions, which took a long time to make? Studio Boneless, when you did that, I'm just like, wait a second. Actually, geez, we could do that with some of our scratch sculpted Lizard Man stuff, some of our scratch sculpted Tomb King stuff. I mean, I'll just try to take some really high quality pictures of them, and then maybe yeah, maybe we do something like that. The old bridge to Nuvion scenario right there, surface tension. Yes, instead of Moria, it's Nuvion. That was one of our bolt action. That was actually our last bolt action battle report. The bridge to Nuvion. So thanks, Studio Bonus. Yeah, as soon as I saw that, I thought, wait a second, hold on a minute. I still have those. I think I still have all the miniatures. So we could actually recreate that whole team. That would be somewhat stunning. Because you have no idea how many people have been asking me to create another Mimes of Moria team. As in, lots of folks have been asking for that. So that could be really interesting. Let me do this here. And of course, again, all the Lizard Man stuff. There are engines of the gods that we scratch sculpted. Our Hyro Titan for the Tomb King's army. Yep, Studio Boneless. It's hard to believe that as of this Monday, once Monday concludes, it will be the time of great darkness and sorrow. Darkness settles on the entire world. It's a very sad thing, but we'll be covering the entire off season on the Wappleville Sports Network. Something tells me that Swampton and Barton are still going to be battling out for the top of the APCC. Let me see. Actually, Boneless. Uh, was it? I think it was. No, what? No, it was the Eastern Illinois. That's right. No, Illinois State. The quarterback for Illinois State was basically growing a hockey-style playoff beard because, well, they were making their big run through the Division II college playoffs. They weren't supposed to win a single game. They went all the way to the championship game, and yeah, the quarterback he almost looked like Fitzmagic. He looked very much like Fitzmagic. He had he had a really long beard going on. Let me do this. There you go. Also some here. Maybe you can a few little nicks and scratches and such on some of the some of the leather there. No, that would be too. Let me go back to this. Let me see what happens right here, and then on this side, right over here. Okay, I think that did what we needed. Yeah. Also here. Now, of course, what begins in March? Now, of course, it's later in March, but Aussie rules football begins again. It provides a brief little glint of light again in an otherwise dark time. That dark and terrifying time of no college football. We need to lighten up that edge along there. Also, this edge along here. Boy, yeah, we need to get some of our greens maybe up in that gold up there too. We might need to do that. Again, a couple little cut marks and such there. A few little more lights on our skelly friend down there. Now also some light on our golds down here. One second. There you go. There you go, Tatley. I've seen, yes, many times, Studio Boneless, many times have I seen somebody laying there on the ground at the MCG or something like that doing the proverbial claw. Yeah, they definitely sometimes great minds collide. That's for sure. And of course, well, we'll see if the doggies can maybe not have such a terrible start. Now, again, last year you could say that they had all those injuries and they had to basically start a whole bunch of rookie players for at least the first 5 games. I still am convinced that it did prove actually beneficial in the mid to later season because they then had some tested younger players that they could plug in there late as the season went along. But then, well, let's see, as it got to be towards finals time, then there was a couple of critical games they did not win, and they paid the price for that. I believe they missed out on their playoff spot by percentage points. It's sort of like hockey, but without the sticks or the ice. And there's definitely lots of fighting, just like hockey. Some might say they went to a fight and an Aussie rules football game broke out. Let me get some more of my light all along these areas here. Let me do this right here. I think Boneless Yeah, there was a couple of times I remember hearing stories from players where, during warm-ups or something like that, the players will go over and talk to each other like, "Hey, do you wanna go?" And some of them like, it's not even the opening face-off yet, and they're already pummeling each other. And that probably something that was maybe arranged before the game. Let me do this here. Like so. Also that way. Bit more up here. Yeah, we need to get something on that top edge there. Yep. All right. It's very mighty gentlemanly, right, Studio Boneless? Yep. Just kind of go. Do you want to wait till face off, or do you want to go before face off? Do some more of that on here. Then we'll have to get some of our lighter reds in here too. We still have to get some of the lightest reds down there, I guess I should say. Now, those are very unlike baseball brawls, which are, yeah, those are a little bit different. Those are more like semi-wrestling matches where people are mostly circling around each other, and maybe there might be a little bit of a pile-up or something like that, but not quite as much of the pugilistic endeavors there in the baseball fights. Bring a little bit of that light across there. Thank you so much for Armored Wolf for sharing the link to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel, and also, again, the regular YouTube channel. If you want to see this, the beginning of this, if you missed the beginning, you want to see that, there's only one place you're going to be able to see it. That will be on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. That's it. The only other place you're going to be able to see that. Because sadly, Twitch doesn't let you do the highlights anymore. Again, trying to get some light on our shell casings there. Nope, nope, nope. Let's go over there here. That's this again, not quite radiant, or not quite Mars Yellow Deep there. That's the Alkyd version. No, 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 no. Let me get my darker reds in here like this again. To get that a little bit fixed up there. Some of that in here. And then do the same deal on that part of the helmet there. Talking about our reds down in here. in the wings there too, perhaps. I'm gonna go back to my, yeah, here, let's go back to some of this. Might, yeah, oh yeah, over here, let's get some more into that. Let's do this. Yeah, studio, well, with the amount of home runs and all that kind of stuff, because obviously launch angle is everything and all that sort of stuff. There's there's more hitters that seem to pause at home plate to admire their work, which then leads to kind of the unwritten rules of baseball where, well, maybe the pitcher, the next time you're up at the plate or something like that, or maybe when your cleanup hitter is at the plate or something like that, might find a 100-mile-an-hour fastball buzzing the tower, so to speak. And that sometimes can create a little bit of a fracas. So they basically kind of call it a beanball war or something like that, and that can usually, eventually, that tends to lead in benches clearing. Thanks, Cam. Thanks. I'm gonna get back to the. There's that kind of Indian yellow sort of mix here. We gotta get a couple, like right here. See, yeah, we got to tone a couple parts of this down. Same deal over here, like right there. All right, so we have that light, dark, light thing going on. We got to do that. Well, the Jolly Ranchers are a very popular candy in baseball, right? So why not? Right, Studio Bonus? So somebody might find the Jolly Ranchers in a wee bit of jeopardy there. Taking a little bit of that to those areas, and maybe even again here a little bit now to this. This is another. Here we're going to hit that, and then probably take some much darker dark and go over some of these too. Try this here. Let me see what this is going to do. First, that. Now some of that here. No, I guess we need some more thinner on that. Yeah, I can see that. Yep, that's what we needed. Alright, well, yeah, we'll get it figured out at some point. We'll get it all figured out. Doing that. Getting some chipping there along that side. You know, I'm just here. Let me. Wow, that might be a little too much magenta, but I'm gonna give it a try. We'll here, anyways. Ah, now we're talking. Yep, there we go. All right, we'll get it figured out. Some of that up in here. We'll do the other facades here of our fabulous plinth. Also here. Also here. Come on, there we are. And there, yeah, we're so deliberate. We're very deliberate and careful when we do our brush strokes here. Nothing haphazard, certainly nothing random. Nothing, not like we would be looking at the chat while we're actually painting stuff on here. Who would ever do that, right, Canva? That would never ever happen. Certainly not here. We're far too deliberate with our brushstrokes to do some kind of malarkey like that. Whoops. Now, get some of that down into here. Impossible, right? Right, Camda? Right, Camda. Now, all I can think about is reviving the mimes. Is bringing back the mimes. I'm gonna, maybe not full on. Oh, here we go. This is gonna be talk about a grayish green. How about we take some of this here? Not radiant, violet. Mix it with our chromium oxide green. And we throw that in here. And then again, some more of that out here. Thanks so much, Studio Boneless. Appreciate you being here. And of course, thanks for clicking on the mimes thing there, Studio Boneless, and making me say, "Whoa, wait a minute, wait a second. We need to do this here." So yes, there may come a day when we paint the mimes here on stream or something. So see you later, there, Studio. Let me go lighter with that green there, maybe. Whoa, that's too much. I could see that a mile away. I was like, ooh, no, that's a little more than what I wanted there. Yeah, we took some of that away. Let's say there's a couple of other little straps and such there. Yeah, might maybe a little textured there. I don't know. Let me go back. That's a little too light. There we are. That was just a smidgeola too light. We had to tone that down a little bit. Taking some of that to our stone helm right there, getting a little texturizing maybe. Maybe a teensy bit of texture there. In addition to our to some of our shading too. Let me grab this. More of our darker green in there. Sure. And now here, now over here, let me grab this. So that's our Terra Rosa. Oh, look at this. Ultimate Oxide Camden Terrarosa Chromium Oxide Green. We mix them together and then we deploy those right out here. It is the ultimate of all oxides. There we go. Nice to see you there, Irid. Everybody please give Irid a can't wait for follow. So Irid, here's hoping that stream was fabulous. Everybody please give Irid a can't wait for follow. And of course, Irid, why don't you post the usual Pinterest link in that chat? And again, everybody say hello to Irid and wife. So Irid having a whole bunch of fun here with the very first Trench Crusade bust. Like that. Okay, there we are. Everybody check out that Pinterest link that Irid Wave shared, and then go give Irid Wave a follow. So again, great to see you there, Irid. I'm sure that the stream was fabulous, of course. That's great that you also will, have fun on the stream, but make progress on the project. That's always good. Make more of that over here, and also some right in there. That might maybe almost like a little bit of texture up there, something. Also here, that's gonna get this is blending brush right here. We'll just use this. Some of that stuff. One happy anniversary there, Aaron. Happy anniversary. A little anniversary line between here together. Happy anniversary. Hey. No, where's my green? Where's my green? There it is. Back to it here. So glad you were able to have some fun there too, Irid. I'm glad you could have some fun. Now, I'm going to go back to this grayish green again for some of this. And now here, maybe I go back to where that's the radiant violet there. Let's break that down. And here now we'll try to get some lights along this. We haven't really done much on that at all. Let's do some stuff here. Blending brush. Like that. Trying to get this. Come on, right here. Yeah. And now we gotta get some more of this here on the bottom part of that pouch. Maybe some more light stuff up there. And then I'm gonna, let me see what happens when I just take you and do that. And then this. Nope, I'm gonna get a little bit more of my green. No, I'm gonna go more of the asphaltum here. Okay, congratulations there, Irid. That is fantastic. do some of that. There we go. Ooh, that might have a little too much thinner in it. Hopefully not. Oh no, we're good. We're good to roll there. All right. Good to go. Now this up here, let me. Oh, you know what? I wasn't thinking about doing. I'm gonna get some of my. Yeah, actually gonna throw some of that gold-ish stuff on there. Not that it's supposed to be gold, it's just to get a different color brown. We said, right, we're gonna do all kinds of different browns and grays and all that good stuff. We said it. Back to our, yeah, right in there. So yes, I think now, well, anyway, for next Friday, I think we got things kind of set now. We will do our before and after Shadow Lord, and then our 28 millimeter Golden King Abracan. We'll try to hit those three guys there in our Friday stream this coming week. And that, again, most likely an earlier start because we're not able to do our Monday stream. And we know that trying to do those substitute streams on Tuesday, Wednesday just leads to weird stuff where the was it Xfinity, whatever, just turns off the internet for that, like, at some random time on Tuesday or Wednesday in the middle of the night while we're trying to stream. So why not just get the earlier start on Friday and turn it into a mini Saturday challenge, although it's going to be a Friday challenge. Now here again, kind of throwing in. So we got some texture stuff going on there. Come on, that way. Now some here. Couple more lights back in there as well. Alright, going that way. Now over here on this. I still want that to be lighter. Let me get that lighter greenish tone. We sort of have it there. Oh, that, wait. That part now. Nah, that's gonna be too light. Let me get some of the yellow back into this. Kind of light middle tone here. Still got some middle tone, but definitely. Oh, wait a minute. There's a big old chunk of something on there. Let's get rid of that. Alright, better. Now I want some of this lighter stuff here, and we're gonna do a little bit on the patch design here. Also here. Wait. Up in there. Also that. go down here. Also, yeah, off on that side there. I think, oh wow, look at this. Go back to that for some of this stuff right here. Let's, whoops. There, get my finger out of the way so I can, there we are. Also, some more of the, maybe a bit more of our yellowish color on the wings there. Okay, you can see we have a host of different colors. Oh, and we got that green there. You can see green over there too. Okay, I was like, well, I was painting something. Why do I not see paint on this? Oh, well, that's because it was just going on my finger. Minor details. Now we'll take this and we're just going to push that over this way. All right, just blast that color on there and then just drag it to the side. Fill in some of this now again with our yellowish tones. Maybe a little brighter along that edge. Let me see what happens with this right here. Oh, a little bit more on that showcase now. Let me go back to, this could be interesting. We've got our yellow, we got our green. Mixed together here. A little something on there. Now I'm gonna get some of my darkest dark on our plinth area here. We haven't really done that. Oh yeah, this is gonna make a difference now. Come on, over here. Some of our corner areas here. Like that. Also right in there. Also down this way here. Also up in there, yeah, now a little bit of the dark right in there. Couple of darker edges in there too. Now, actually, now Recoil, oh, you might have, did you miss the Mimes of Moria conversation there, Recoil? I wonder, because that might have been, ooh, might have just been as you were away there. Oh yeah, Studio Boneless, he wanted to see the Mimes of Moria. Okay, so you did get to see that or hear that. I'm thinking Recoil, that might not be the worst idea ever. Because I mean, I think I have just all of the figs now. Maybe not all of them are exactly where I think they are. But it would be interesting to see an update on them, right, Rico? That could be super fun. So, similar to, but not exactly like the old ones. and maybe, you know, even almost I don't want to say more realistic proportions, but yeah, that might like the trolls could be a whole lot bigger. That's for sure. Those metal trolls were not very large. Let me lighten, or sorry, get some more dark into here. Now maybe this gray here. Let me try this. When I get some of this and some of that mixed together. Maybe a little bit of this gray too. Break this all down. And we'll hit it here. And again, we're going to try to get some texture maybe on here too. I guess the funniest thing about this recoil is that I was worried that I printed this out too small. I'm not joking. Now, of course, again, well, let's see. Now, that's about the same-ish size. Well, when you consider his head and torso and stuff, I mean, it's similar in size. Rico, I mean, it's really terrible that there's something that enhances creativity so much, right? I mean, that definitely is something that should be discouraged. Now, let's not discourage a little bit of mixing right here. So we're going to take this, and again here, that's trying to get a little bit of texture there into the helmet. We're going to do some of that over here, maybe not as light as that. That is going to go in here, because again, we have that light on the gold portion there. Here's a blending brush. We'll do our little tap, tap, tap routine here. And that sharpens all that up. For sure, red recoil. Yes, indeed. It's the no fun allowed. Alright, let me get that going. Let me get this going here. And here too. Yeah. Get a little teensy bits of texture there. No deviation, right? Recoil. What was the... Oh, yeah, the commercial where the guy throws the hammer at the screen. It was kind of like a 1984 type of thing. I would imagine that was the... was that the first Macintosh ad? Because that has kind of gone down in history as sort of a... kind of almost like a first of its kind ad or something. Now here I'm trying to reflect some of the gray onto the gold over there. Again, a little more texture on our helmets is there. Not not so much on that. Now, oh yeah, that's right. I was going to get a little bit of the red on this thing here. Like that, say, and then maybe... Oh, there's a deep red right there. Yep. Okay, well, then we'll try that same deal here again. More of the Perline red. Mix it with the Van Dyke brown. Now, that's not Perline crimson. This is a much warmer version. In some ways, Perline crimson almost has a bit more of a violet look to it. Now, on this side, I'm trying to create a little more structure and the design here. If we can't, let's get the edge of that darker now. And then I'm even going to throw some of that in here. Take the something is a blending brush. Maybe this guy. There. That darker red again. Maybe here. Let's just okay, yeah, the shadow there is okay. Get that outline going here. Also, yeah, let's darken up the top of that a little. Top of that. Yeah, this side over here. Also, yeah, right in there. Down here. Fine, we'll put some of that darker red into the gold, bronze, whatever section. Now, let me work my way back. There we go, back to our kind of amber type color showcasing here. A little mixing going on. Do that here. Blending brush again. I think we've got our dark up in there. We have our dark up in there. We have our dark here. Now, damn, we got some there too. Now this. We're back to that sort of like a dry brushing, a bit of some shadow over that. And it's just in the form of our translucent asphaltum / Indian yellow mix. It's been a while since I last used the asphaltum. The only reason I sometimes don't use it, well, first of all, not an alkyd, but also too, it's since it's a gambling color, not everybody can get their paws on it. So there's one reason why I do emphasize the Paul Rubens. I mean, aside from cost, alkyds, that other stuff, is that you can pretty much get them anywhere. Essentially, Amazon. It's where you can get them. Now, I'm looking at the top of this thing here. Oh, that's what I could do. That is what I can. Let me take this. Because that is a bit for schmizzle. There, we're going to for schmizzle that. Or maybe let me try the other way here. Let me try this instead. Also bring that further down. Now to this lighter stuff here. Let me see what happens. Nope. Let me try this again. Essentially, almost like we have some writing here over the top of it. No, maybe that's either not thick enough or not thin enough. It was not thick enough. Okay, now it's thicker. Now it is working. That down in here. This is another area. Look clean up here. Up in that area too. Let me take this gray and the not radiant violet. Break that down. There's a little bit of a lack of like right along here, and also too that could act as a bit of almost like a touch of withering on there too. Yeah, right at the apex top of the shoulder there. That's what we needed. A little bit more of this, some of this stuff, our items on the base here. Let me try to get some extra lights on those. Okay, nothing like straight up, but there is no straight up white really. There's a little bit of straight up fast matte white, I guess, on the palette. Not much of it though. Not on that. What about this thing here? This lost some of its gold coloration. So not so much not a value change. It's just a little bit of a color slash saturation change that's going to happen there. Taking that lighter gray, mix it with, give me some of my radiant green here. More. Also, to crush the brush, don't crush the brush. You see this here? You're not saying, well, look at that. We're coming up a little bit shy on the miniature. How's about we do this? I just got 2 fingers on that brush. That's it. That's all you really need. Get plenty of control here. Plenty of control over the brush, even though we have our hands nowhere near that metal ferrule. Now, you know what? Ooh, that never really got anything over there. So, yeah, that's little section right in here. Now, I will take, not this, maybe the, nah, that's a little too yellowish. Let me retreat back to this. I think that is more like what I wanted in there. So I wanted looking for something lighter, but also something that a little bit of yellow in it again to make it stand out from all the other grayish brown greens, whatever in that same area. Here, let me take this as a bit of a blending brush, top, bottom. Getting you like this now. Try my light once again there. even going to use this as a micro blending brush. Just basically wipe the paint off of it. Ah, nope, I need a little more of my light right along this inner edge there. Is there a similar thing on this? That there is. No, they can't just have that one little line there. And then this to drag that down and again blend that together. So we have it there. We got it there now. Like that. And I'm going to hit this again too right here with, again, some of our little bit of yellow on the top. That's what the fast matte white is. What's weird, Camda, is that the fast matte white, it does not go all kind of coagulate as fast as the Paul Rubens white does. And the fast matte white, if you recall, before the Paul Rubens, I was always having to put a drop of thinner on there to keep that from getting all coagulated and stuff. I'm not quite sure if it's just me thinking, oh, maybe that only happened on 10, 12-hour streams, but we weren't really doing those even in the Alkids era at all. So now I think we got some decent chipping there on the front part of our stall helm. Trying to find a couple little lights there in the in our barbed wire, where again the weathering has basically been weathered away. Gotta crush the enemy, right, Camda? Crush the brush like the enemy. Break it down some more. Corner. Corner. This. Oh, no. I gotta get rid of some of the paint on there. Some of the paint got to go. And again, I think I keep just hitting this with my finger, and I keep wiping away the paint that's there. Yeah, some of that stuff like that might just be a thing that I do offline, not on stream. We have to have, well, safety first, right, Camda? Safety first at all times. Dark up there. Actually, Camda, why don't you share your Insta link there again so that folks can make sure they are ready to catch one of your streams there while you're painting the oils. Again, it's very valuable to see other folks streaming the oil paints. Now we've done all this stuff. We've gone lighter, mid-tone, all that kind of stuff. How's about I take our indigo and maybe some of our Mars black. We mix those together for indigo black or black indigo, one or the other. Let's break that down and, well, maybe we don't need quite as much as that. That's about we remove a little bit of that from the brush first and then do this. Okay. There we are. You can see we got that lighter, darker, and that kind of a mid-tone. And again, minus the big old blob on the end of the brush. How's about we get rid of the blob and then we do this. Okay, again, a little bit of texture to it. Also over here. Now to, there we are. Also over here. Now this is going to be another area where we try to get some of our darker stuff in here, I think. That same blending brown, we'll just utilize this. Pull that to either side. Candle. Well, let's see. I did do that earlier. Technically, I did do that earlier today because with the chicken there, we had to use some oils there to keep those spices sticking onto that birdie. So yes, indeed. Some very tasty linseed oil. You know what? I think. Oh, that's what we're missing here. We went all this like later. What I needed to do was, in fact, that. There we. Okay. Eventually, Camden. Even though all I do is words, I do figure out other things too. It just takes a little longer, but we figure them out. That was a bit of a mystery there for us. It was a mystery. I was like, wait a minute, what kind of mischief is afoot here? Now, of course, if the mischief were a hand, it would be easier to be able to spot it. But is what it is. Get my darker edge right up on the top of that. There too. You know what? Let me drop in some of the same. Oops, that was not quite where that was supposed to go. So want to get little programming notation. Won't be able to do our Monday stream, but I think we've got ourselves like a mini Friday challenge planned out here. Now I want to do all those anyways, so yay! I think that would work out pretty well. Now let me get right under there. Come on, there it is. Also carry that along here. Ah, that is very true, Rico, very true. So if the mystery was a hand, not a foot, it would stick out like a sore thumb. And of course, it's always open mic night in Club Wappleville, right, Recoil? Yeah, I still might go with that one, the flaming chainsaw animation again. Obviously, it was not the one that worked the best was the one that didn't have the the completely 16 by 9 format. But I think we'll just do that. Maybe I'll find some other graphic to put around the sides or something. But yes, indeed, this has been really very interesting. Now, of course, perhaps on our Saturday stream, that's where we maybe we do a little twin action here. Again, these are two different Mouth of Sauron busts, but what we might do again is one in true metallic and the other one in non-metallic. Cam, well, I actually made one appear. In one version, it suddenly appeared, and then the other one, it made him disappear. Now, the other thing I got to remember, Rico, and I keep forgetting about this, is I want to make minis of the little creatures on the sides. Where's, well, at least here's one. Now, it's hard to see here, but yeah, these little dudes on the side. Now, I want to try to somehow make some figures of those guys. A bit more up there. Let me extend this out a little further. Again, that's our yellow right there. Nope, not light enough. Let me go lighter here. That way, treat those as a couple of more buckles or straps there. And then I might even do this on the top edges of that cross there. So yeah, that stands out now, and I think we've pretty much done that here. Now there's some of that green again. Here's our oxide green. Well, now it's got some of the yellow mixed in there too. We do have our. Wait a minute. I thought I had a whole bunch of the really light stuff here. Yes, I do. I just gotta remember what it is on the palette. That's all. Or just just a bunch of flaming chainsaws on the. Oh, and some of them maybe more like critters too. But yeah, Rico, and that was the other thing too, Cam. Some of the animations, the creatures were absolutely delighted with it, or they were like surprised by it, and then there was other ones where they're like all scared. Yeah, that wasn't quite how that animation was supposed to go. They weren't supposed to be terrified by it, but that's certainly how they were in some of the animations. Now, one of the things I remember, and this is way back in the days, obviously your what is that? Your making of stuff with the Lord of the Rings movies. Well, they tried to save time or whatever, or make it possible. All of the animated armies, time after time after time. Well, what happened is the armies kept running away because they were trying to give him, well, some a version of intelligence of a certain type, right? And well, they had to keep basically changing it to force the armies to stay there and fight. They just kept running away from each other. Back to this side here, we're going to try and clean up what's going on with our little rose windows there. I also want to say thank you for the follows because, well, I guess we're at 9590, so we're getting closer to our 10K. If we can get to that 9600, that's not nothing. There's no prizes for 10K. There's absolutely nothing for 10K whatsoever, but it's a number. We appreciate all the folks. Well, obviously, that's one or two folks that have followed over the last, well, geez, now we're getting scary enough, Rico. We're starting to push 6 years now. I do believe this April 13th or whatever it is, we're going to be celebrating year number 6. And of course, if you want to know what it's like to have heard every single stream over the last 6 years, the sanity checks that Armored Wolf has to take on a daily basis as a result of exposure to the Wamplenomicon, right, Camda? Yeah, that is an excess amount of exposure. Let me see if I can. Right on that bot, right on that edge. Now, apparently the plus side is that just all you have to do is just randomly touch oil paints and you will be able to just do whatever you want in the oil paints right away. It's been proven. It is a proven fact. Let me see if I can't push the oil a little bit further that way. Yeah, okay, that brings it sort of in more in line with the other one. Thanks so much for posting the link again to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. So if you have missed the earlier portions of this, and you wish to see the earlier portions of this, you go to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel, and then you can see the earlier portions of this. How convenient. Just go there and you can watch those. I think the latest video that's up actually is our latest Battlestar Galactica ship, the design that I made of my own ship there. Whoops, let me get some of that here. And now again, I'm just kind of treating that as chainmail right there. A bit lighter on the top. So yeah, yeah, up here on the top of that. Yep, there we go. Same on that guy. And then in here, I shall take some of the asphaltum. Mix some of that in here. And then even here, so yeah, the green uniform. Guess what most of the shadow color is in the green uniform? Well, that would be our browns, because well, that was our glaze stuff that we did over here, right? After the initial lighter dry brush was a bunch of browns. So guess what? That is what's down in the shadow areas of our greens. Not a darker green, but actually a dark brown. Get the corner of that again because it fell out of my hand. And I ended up taking away a whole bunch of the paint. Hey there, Mama Feisty. Welcome back. How are you doing? So great to see you there, Mama Feisty. Couple touches more of our light stuff there. Nope, no. I get this again. Or is that going to be too close to our reds? I don't think so, but we definitely need to get... Yeah, that is what we... There we go. We were very short on our darks up in there. That definitely makes a big difference. Where's my bowl? Well, we use this as a blending brush here. So great to see you there, Mama Feisty. That's well. Now we've been doing this 4.5 hours. I was thinking it had been 3.5. No, it's been 4.5. We've been working on this. And again, 4.5 hours ago, there was no paint on it. It was, well, basically, it was just primer. That's it. That is all it was. Just some primer. Trying to get me a little bit more of my lighter green up in here. If I can. Come on, over that way too. Touch more on the top of this. Yeah, the darks there in our greens are not actually green at all. I mean, they're not even like partially green. They're just various shades of brown. Now, oh yeah, here, let me go back to... No, that's not quite light enough. I think maybe the... Here, I wonder if this will work. That is essentially Mars Yellow Deep right there. It kind of sort of does. Also over there. Yeah, I think that's what we needed in that one little spot. Now, what about up there? That might just do it. There we go. Back to my really light stuff up here to try and reinforce this line again. Hit that. Yeah, I think we can see a little bit more of the glint there. Now we got to do this on the corner here. Haul that in. Same thing on this corner. That corner and a little bit up in here. Nah, the lighter part on the cross right here, across this top beam here. There we go. Ah, this one needed. I was like, wait a minute. I thought one of these needed the lighter set. One of them did. Just not the one I had it turned to. It was this one here. Reestablish the light that we kind of wiped away there. So again, I think we need to reprise our Mimes of Moria here. I think that's what we're going to do because again, even the Balrog is terrified of those. Thank you so much, Mama Feisty, for the raid. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give Mama Feisty a follow as they dare to enter our domain. Hey there, Fidget. Great to see you back. I hope that you're doing well. And again, everybody, please give Mama Feisty a follow. So we have been working here on the very first of our Trench Crusade busts. Now, oh, here we are. It's a character that I've done more than once. See, there's a flat with the, again, that same character. Oh, look at this also here. So there you go. We just did our bust. There's our flat that we painted on stream, and then this is a multi-part tutorial series right here. So again, everybody please give Mama Feisty a follow. So Mama, if you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead. Now, this is a little something we were just about to show the Mimes of Moria here. Yes, they are Yes, they are mimes, and yes, they are also goblins here. There they are, the mimes of Moria. As you can see, Jette-moi, that says toss me. We've got our pogo stick. We got our little parasol guy. We've got our fanatics there. Very fashionable mimes here, of course. Top hats, chef's hats, and berets. And of course, well, there's the two stars of our team. That's Francois and Pierre. Again, not really into all that rougher stuff. The blocking, tackling, they said, nope, that's not for us. What is for us is being a master sommelier. Now, what we're thinking about is maybe trying to redo these guys. That's something that I've wanted to do for quite some time because those go all the way back to 2006. So, yeah, that's, well, 20 years ago. Wow, they are now 20 years old. Just think about it there, Marguerite. They're 20 years old now. That was the first of the new Blood Bowl teams, I guess you could say. And of course, Mama, here's what we did last night. That is the Golden King of Abrakan. Here he is in 28 millimeter. We'll be painting him next Friday. And again, of course, here was very recent strain. There's our first Battlestar Galactica flat. And we've been doing a lot of brand new busts here. So there's again first two Battlestar Galactica busts, a little Adama, a little bit of Six there, and now again starting off with our Trench Crusade bust here. That's for sure, Margaret. Bon Voyage. Let's see. I think Garçon. He was the chef there, and then of course we had Hercule Poirot. I think we also had Jean Bart. He was another one of our hobbitses. Thanks, Fidget. Appreciate that. And again, of course, Mama Feisty wants to share some stuff in the chat. Please go right ahead. Again, 4 hours, 42 minutes ago, this had no paint on it whatsoever. Let me do this. And that. So I add a little bit of our lighter reds now into some of these here. Same deal down here. And of course, our Golden King of Abrakan. This was kind of character that I had developed for my Harad army here, so you can kind of see. And it turned into a really good lesson on the Golden Throne because it was all about reflections here. We haven't done one of these in a while. We shall do a little film noir. So watch what happens to those reflections. They all go away. All gone. So now it almost looks like it's a wood-carved throne. Kind of like this wood-carved throne, which is again another one of our miniatures that we created. Again, there's okay, it looks like there's texture on there, but everything just looks pretty much the same. Now when we bring back our color intensity here, almost there we go. Now it's back. Well, no reflections there, lots of reflections there. Why? Because one is metal, which means it's a shiny. It's all a shiny. Oh, no problem there, Mama Feisty. No problemo. And again, we will be also here. We got some more that we're going to be trying. We're going to take our Mouth of Sauron. We actually have two different Mouth of Sauron busts that I made, and one of these is going to be painted in true metallic. The other one will be painted in non-metallic. It's been, again, we love doing things. Where's our, here she is. So really love doing some special stuff with things like the stuff on the floor. That was our Sister of Battle there. And here we go. There's our Cypher Lords. We did, 11 different bases or something like that with different designs on them there. back to some of my dark. Gotta get rid of some of that paint. Gotta get rid of some of that. A little bit of it there, and now maybe some of that up in here to. Yeah, we gotta try to create some sense of. There we are. I think that's what we needed to do here. Yep, I'm a feisty. We've got two Anycubic Mono X printers that are, for the most part, kind of running 24/7. We also have a fabulous Bamboo Carbon X1, which also trends to run also 24 hours a day. Here's an example of both kinds of printing right here. We have one of our Galadriel busts that I made, and I try to have a very much an integrated plinth there to make it easy to print it out in FDM. So you can see this is mighty large here, but that's an FDM print, and that's your resin print right there. But again, made much easier by the way the plinth was designed. That was an experiment. Wasn't sure if it was going to work, and it certainly worked. Also, too, yeah, there's a little difference in the size of there's a resin one, and there is again an FDM version of that same Cylon Centurion bust. Actually, Camda, I broke out the remember the Kathy one with the it was Jiro, and Jiro had the glowing red nose, and there was the Christmas tree basically in the backdrop, and we had all the icicles hanging from it. I did set that up by the tree, actually, Camda. So yeah, that was actually used as a Christmas decoration. Because, you know, reasons. Let me try to push you that way. There. There's unfortunately not a whole lot of room for display. I do have actually some display case type things that once the kitchen floor ever finally gets redone there, then I will be able to set those up in the living room. Unfortunately, right now the living room is where all the kitchen stuff is. And, and also too, where it is, there it is. This week also featured the very first of our own design of Battlestar ships there for our Battlestar Galactica universe, and more are to come based on what I learned with that particular ship there. Get me some more of my light right onto this here, little glints of some stuff here and there. I might, here, let me break out our weathering stuff again. This was the one I wanted. So let me get some dusty things here. And then maybe some rusty things here. So yeah, I completely forgotten that I had that, that I wanted to set that up around the Christmas tree there. But remembered in time, and I think I could, yeah, that's, it'll go well now back into a more protected zone. Now, Mama Feisty, that's the interesting thing about when you're in a house long enough here. Well, this will be the 1, 2, 3. This will be the 4th kitchen floor I've put in this house. Granted, one of them lasted 15 minutes, but still, it counts. So yeah, this is floor number 4. There's also there's some walls that I've painted 5 or 6 times. That would, again, that would frustrate Kathy, because she would say, well, why don't we change this, that, or the other? I said, That I can show you. I can tear that up and show you how many layers are underneath that layer. Let me shoot a little bit of that down into there. Now, actually, Cam, I need to break out the waffle maker again, especially since it's winter time and we don't have. Yeah, actually, Cam, I should do it while the iron is not hot, shall we say? Yes, I should probably get me some pancake stuff and make that. Well, thank you so much, Mama Feisty. Appreciate the raid. Yeah, it's 4:38 here. Actually, I think we'll probably be heading over to Brushmaster pretty soon here. Yeah, well, the first one got destroyed. Well, no, this was floor number 3. Got destroyed within 15 minutes because they were in a hurry, and they decided to push the refrigerator down this linoleum floor, which well, it made 2 tracks. It looked like a wagon trail was going through the kitchen there, and then on top of that, they spun it to try and put it in the little cubby hole where the fridge goes, and then they tore a nice giant hole out of it. Yeah, that was, again, that took all of 15 minutes to destroy that floor. So thank you so much, Mama Feisty. Again, everybody please give Mama Feisty a follow there. Appreciate the raid, and again, appreciate everybody joining me here. The next stream actually is going to be Thursday because we won't be doing our normal Monday streams. Yes, it's wow. This is I mean, it is so different, right? So many different contrasty colors, and then here way less contrasty, way more compressed right there. So thank you so much, Mama Feisty. So here I'm going to get the raid counter underway here to Brushmaster because we're almost at 5 hours here, and we're getting close to 5 a.m. in the morning. So many thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all those moderations. I'll see you in a bit there, Rico. Just gonna get me some chow, and I'll shoot you some messages too there, Camden. At least now I don't have to send you the pictures of these. You got to see them. So thanks again, everybody, and I will see you on Thursday. Thanks, Recoil.